Now, comrades, you can look anywhere you wish, and I encourage you to do so if you have any doubts. But you will not find anything like this anywhere else in the world. It's not just that other people won't organize it. It's that they cannot organize it. They don't have the ideas that we have. And therefore, they don't understand the need for them either. Now, it seems like an eternity ago, but it was only a year ago we had a maybe unassuming or slightly assuming poster campaign in Britain. Posters with a picture of Karl Marx and a very simple message. Are you a communist? Then join us. And I think very few comrades at that point realized what that meant. A complete internal revolution, a shakeup of the organization from top to bottom. The doors of the organization opened to the new radical layers who were moving towards communism. And the leadership at all levels infused with new, fresh elements. And externally, an updating of our posture and our pace in order to match the temperament of the radical advanced layers. And my first task today is to evaluate that decision. And here are the facts. In April 2023, we had 4,400 members. By October of last year, we reached the 5,000 members mark. By January, we reached the 6,000 members mark. On April 1st, we had 6,501 members. And I don't have the exact figures, but I can tell you this with almost certain, it's 100% certainty, that in the next a few weeks, we will pass the 7,000 members mark. From April to April alone, the international grew by 46%. And in the advanced capitalist countries, that was 58%. We have 26 sections and 12 groups working to become sections. Plus another 12 or so slightly looser groups and individuals. So in total, we have activities in more than 70 countries. Our biggest section is in Britain, with 1,150 members. That's up 33%. Organized in 105 branches and 20 cells. In Canada, we're now the biggest, by far the biggest organization on the left. On April 1st, we had 734 members. That's a year-on-year growth of 87%. And a week ago, we had 820 members. And I don't know what we have today, but probably another dozen or two more. We have 119 branches in almost all of the major towns and cities of the country. In the US, we had 714 members in April. That's up from 340, meaning a yearly growth rate of 118%. And last week, the comrades reached the 800 members mark, with 90 branches all over the country. In Pakistan, 2 weeks ago, we had 670 members. And the Pakistani comrades are also have also announced a deep-going revolution, like other sections. They launched a campaign for a revolutionary communist party, which in a country like Pakistan is like throwing a bombshell into a mass of people. They're launching, but it's a different type than the Islamists do. But it will definitely shock people. And it will get us lots of enemies, but it will get us even more friends. They have a launch congress in December. Since they announced it 2 weeks ago, they've received 200 requests to join. They recruited 35 comrades already. So we have 705 members. In Italy, we had 535 comrades on April 1st. That's up 31% from 1 year ago. And today the section has 556 members, organized in 45 branches. We also have 304 comrades in Switzerland, which is up 69%. We have 300 comrades in Austria, which is up 46%. We have 281 comrades in Germany, which is up 89%. 250 comrades in Sweden, which is up 73%. And as they grew, the Swedish comrades grew into Finland. And we have a comrade here from the Finnish group. We have 27 comrades and 4 branches in Finland. Give him a hand. We also have the Danish section, which I think also deserves a highlight. The section now has 247 comrades, which is a growth rate of 150% year on year. In all of this, actually, I omitted the Brazilian section. Kaya sent me the figures yesterday, but I forgot to put them into my document. Let me just get them for you. So the comrades grew by 66% since the start of the IAC campaign last summer. We're now present in 18 of 27 states all over Brazil. We have other sections that I can't go through the membership figures, but I'll just read them out. I think we can skip the translation here. That's Argentina, Belgium, El Salvador, France, Greece, Indonesia, Morocco, New Zealand, Nigeria, Pakistan, Poland, Spain, Venezuela, and Yugoslavia. Now, as I said, we also have a series of groups that are working towards becoming sections. One is the Finnish group, which is aiming towards applying for being recognized as a section for next year's World Congress. We had 3 comrades in Finland last year, and 27, as I said, this year. We also have an Irish group. The comrades went from 10 to 36 comrades over the course of the last year. They've just had their first Congress. They're setting up a paper and getting a full-timer. And they're applying to become an official section at the World Congress of next year. Now, comrades, I can go on and on with the figures. But the fact is, regardless of what metric you look at, whether it's the subs or the collections, the paper sales or the number of cadres, we've never been doing as well as we are now. And I think that's sufficient proof that the turn that we decided last year was absolutely correct. But this turn could only have taken place because in the whole of the previous period, we took a decision to systematically turn towards the youth and recruiting and educating a whole layer of cadres. A layer that was educated in our perspectives, in our theory, in our methods. Which meant that when the time came, we could make a major turn, basically without any friction. Now the sects used to be our competition. I don't think that's the case anymore. They're standing. Don't clap for this, it's not worth it. They're standing with their mouths open. Some of them are talking about, oh, the turn away from entrism. I don't know what world they live in. But begrudgingly, all of them have to accept our success. Although with a sneer, which is a side dish to everything that the sects do. Now, there was a debate on Facebook among some of these people on the left. They were kind of trying to ridicule us. And one of them said, oh, the reason why those Socialist Appeal in Britain got ahead of the others was because they used QR codes. The other said, "Oh no, it was the design of their hammer and sickle." You see, they were trying to be funny. And they were trying to be, well, they weren't trying, they were being cynical. But one of them said the following. He said, actually, it was two other things as well. First, in and after the global financial crisis, they set up student discussion groups, and then they had the very sensible idea of federating them and forming a Marxist student federation. Then they absolutely stuck to the knitting. I don't know. Don't know how you translate that. All the way through the Corbyn period, refusing to be distracted, and simply did propaganda among the student groups. Of course, this carries with it the risk of passive propagandism. Just getting a dig in there. But he corrects himself, or he's forced to acknowledge. On the other hand, I'd very much doubt that they're in the mood to accept advice from people who have been incapable of achieving any sort of growth over the past 15 years. And he's right. We can't learn anything from these people. Because the fact is that no one could did what we did. It's not a technical thing. It's not a question of organizational methods or orientation. It's a question of ideas. They don't have the ideas that we have. They don't have the perspectives that we have. They don't understand what's happening underneath the surface of society. And therefore, they don't have the forces and the political level of this organization. Because that was exactly what it required to make the turn that we did in the time that we did. Now, we also have an international center. And from there, we run the Marxist.com website. Which is an unparalleled source of Marxist analysis and theory. Now, since May 2023, we've had 3.1 million hits. And I'll show you, and I go through the top 10 articles of this period. Because they're indicative of what the advanced layers are looking for. One, Manifesto of the Revolutionary Communist International in English. 24,000 hits. We have to say that we publish this manifesto in many languages, so and on many websites as well. So this is a fraction of the people who've actually read the manifesto. Two, what is dialectical materialism? 17,300 hits. Three, the statement on the war in Gaza, 12,000 hits. Four, the first article we issued immediately as the Gaza war broke out, 11,300 hits. Five, the French Revolution, 8,700 hits. 6. Marxism versus identity politics, 8,400 hits. 7. What is money? 8,200 hits. 9. The statement on the IMT statement on the Ukraine war, 7,100 hits. And 10. World perspectives from last year, 7,000 hits. Again, what you see here, what is it that people are looking for? It's not empty phrases, and it's not easy solutions. It's ideas and explanations. And we're the only ones who can offer those. We also launched a podcast in January 2023 called The Spectre of Communism. It's been quite a popular item, even though we haven't had many resources to put in it. We already have about 10,000 followers. And we've had 280,000 plays in total. And 180,000 of these are just since last October. The topmost viewed or listened to episode was the recent one with Comrade Fiona from the British section. 64,000 plays. The second and third ones is Why We Are Communists, 10,000 plays. And the one with Alan Woods on the RCI manifesto, 7,000 plays. We also have the Theoretical magazine, the In Defense of Marxism magazine, which is the best theoretical magazine anywhere in the world. And it's an immense achievement and a victory for our organization that we can publish it. It is translated into the following languages: into Spanish, French, Portuguese, Italian, Arabic, German, Swedish, Chinese, Indonesian, and Russian. And Russian. Yeah. Now, the latest issue was about the African Revolution. It was our best-selling issue so far. We can say that about every single issue, actually. The latest issue with the English and Spanish editions alone, together, sold 4,200 copies, in comparison with 2,900 copies for the April issue of the previous year. And the next issue is a very special one that I personally have been looking forward to. It's about art and culture, which is a weakness of ours. It will have some amazing articles, I can tell you that. There's an editorial by Alan Woods and a main article on Marxism and art, also by Alan. An article by Trotsky on culture and socialism. An article by Comrade Jérôme of the French section about poetry. And an article by Comrade Jesse from the International Center on the Greek tragedy Prometheus Bound. And I'm sure this will have a big impact on the organization. We also have the well-read publication house. We have a stall right out here. You can buy the books. Now, this is the only publication house in the world that systematically is dedicated to publishing Marxist literature. In 2020, we sold 4,000 books to sections in total. $4,500. I have to keep an eye on the Italian translation here. It's falsifying what I'm saying. No, last year, we sold 9,500 books. You're clapping too soon. Because this year, so far, we've sold 11,700 books. $3,800 of these have been the new Lenin book, which is a very important addition to our arsenal. And a book that all comrades should aspire to read in this year. We've also just published, republished Lenin's Left-Wing Communism with a new introduction, as well as a collection of articles about Lenin on the imperialist war that with an introduction by Jordi. And they're both available at the stall. And we got 2 other collections on the way. One of Lenin's writings in 1917, and one with Lenin's writings on the national question. Now, as Fred also explained the other day, we've also bought a center. The cost of 2.4 million pounds. This is at a time where all other left organizations are selling their silverware. In order to maintain their apparatus, or what's left of it. But we have expanded into a massive building, which is, I think, 4 times as big as what we had before. It's a fantastic place, and it's actually having an impact on the quality of the work that we're doing. But we're already beginning to feel the squeeze. And in a not too distant future, we will have to expand beyond that building. Now, the most significant event that we intervened in as an international the past year was the Palestine movement. And we were the only international force to intervene right from the beginning. And throughout the whole process, to maintain a consistent principled position. And stand up in the face of slander and repression, while others, even many of the so-called Palestinian solidarity movement people, were putting their tails between their legs. We produced dozens and dozens of articles and guidelines to interventions from the international. And we've intervened in the movement in all Western countries and beyond. That's both from the beginning as well as the new phase of the movement, the encampment movement. And we had a great session on that, on those interventions, and we're going to write up the experiences of that and send it out to the international. But just to say, in the US, we intervened on 20 campuses in all major cities. As far as I know, we recruited about 20 people there. In Canada, again, we intervened in more than a dozen encampments all over the country. Recruited 30 people. In Britain, we intervened in more than 20 universities and recruited 30 people. In Italy, we intervened in 14 universities in 12 different cities. In Switzerland, we intervened in every encampment in the country. In Sweden also, we intervened in encampments all over the country. And there are many more. In many of these places, we were the ones who took the initiatives to do some of the encampments. And in some places, we got the lead. We became the leading force after intervening politically after the initial period. I don't think any other international organization can boast such a widespread presence in this movement. And this movement fit very well with our work because it represents a massive leap in consciousness. The mood was one of defiance and revolution. And people were angry and they wanted answers. They were hungry for ideas, and we were the only ones who had ideas. And what we saw in every place that we intervened was that as soon as we embarked on a systematic political campaign of patiently explaining our ideas, in almost every single case, we won over the encampment to our ideas in a matter of days. From there, it's a very short step to taking the actual leadership. But we only did that in a few places. But we won't make that mistake next time. Now, the petty bourgeois activists who led most of these movements, they've managed to suffocate the movement. Our methods would expand and grow them. And it would create a tribune. It would create a massive tribune and a platform for getting our revolutionary ideas way beyond our immediate periphery. And to build the organization. Now this is an untapped resource from our point of view. And we need to learn from these experiences. But we also need to understand that this is also this has been an excellent tool for the education of the comrades. Because in interventions like these, along with constant discussions and theory of tactics, Our comrades are forced to develop their own political level. Now, we've been, I think we've been far too timid when it comes to these matters. And the potential is far bigger than we think. And I think our enemies see this much better than we do. There's a sectarian, I think he's from Canada, he wrote the following on Twitter. He said, people know that I strive for intellectual honesty on my account. The fact that you have to announce that. So here's the truth, Ruth. The IMT and Marxist.com are becoming the political vanguard of the student anti-war movement. Now you're clapping, comrades. But we are not the political vanguard of the student anti-war movement. But we could be if we take bold measures. Because this is definitely within our reach. But in order to reach it, we need to overcome the fear of intervening in something that we don't control entirely. Of course, with the eye of building the organization. Now, in a series of countries now, we are the largest or almost the largest group on the so-called revolutionary left. That's in Canada. Maybe you should skip the translation here. We'll skip the translation here. Canada, United States, Mexico, Britain, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Denmark, Sweden, and Pakistan. Yeah. And that means something. Now, we've also launched parties in the following countries. There's Canada, US, Britain, France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Denmark, Sweden, and Pakistan. We either have launched a party or we're in the process of doing so. And this is also having an impact. Because the name does mean something. It feels different. It's more concrete, more serious. It's more in line with what the advanced layers want. And it's also something that the media notices in an entirely different way. Especially when we have organizations such as the ones we have to put behind them. In some of the smaller countries like Denmark and Switzerland, we're becoming a daily, or regular occurrence on the national media. In other places, we're becoming blips on the radar. Of course, in Britain as well, but that's slightly different case. And this is in line with the general development of the organization, which is moving beyond the small circle stage of our history. In Britain, in the action campaign around Comrade Fiona, we're in a limited area, and for a limited period, we're doing real mass work. The comrades have heard the reports. It's fantastic what we're approaching, what we're seeing. And of course, we can't lose our bearings. That's not our primary field of activity. But we are in a position increasingly to do agitational work. And we're reaching a size where we're becoming a visible factor in one country after another. But that also requires a change in our thinking, the way that we think about ourselves. And we must learn to position ourselves as the opposition to the whole of the establishment. That does not mean that we're a mass party fighting for power. We're not even fighting for the masses yet. We're still fighting for the advanced layers. And that fight has only just begun. But it does mean that we should try in our ideas and the way that we present ourselves to polarize the situation between us and the right wing and the establishment. Because with the enormous vacuum that exists and the pathetic state of the left, there's a real hunger for someone answering back. And why shouldn't that be us? We're the only ones who have something to say. And what happened with Comrade Fiona, the way that the interview took off, is exactly an indication of that. And the fact is that we are increasingly getting, taking up this position. In the U.S., we accidentally provoked Jordan Peterson. And some of his friends on social media, which meant that they attacked us, and two of our videos went viral. One of them made a tour around the world and got 200 million views in China. In Denmark, we are being regularly attacked by politicians. In Austria, we've been attacked by the whole of the establishment media as the only pro-Palestinian force in the country. And from our point of view, that's excellent. We want more of that. We want them to attack us so that we can expose them. They're a bit arrogant in reality. We know this. We've discussed it in our perspectives. They live in this tiny, isolated bubble far, far away from real life. And they think by attacking us, they're ridiculing us. But in reality, they're making loads and loads of people see that communism is not a dangerous thing. It's the only answer to the situation we're stuck in. That's what's happening with the election campaign in Britain right now. The fact that people are taking stacks of leaflets to hand out in their mosques. That shows us the power of class over everything else. And the power of our ideas. Now, from last, I don't have the latest. I don't know if the figures were announced yesterday in the session. But I'll just say the Fiona's social media numbers from last week. 4.6 million impressions on Twitter. 128,000 likes. 35,000 retweets. 370,000 video views on Instagram. 115,000 followers on TikTok. And 700,000 likes. I'm sure this is ancient news. And it's just on Fiona's social media profiles. Because her videos have had millions and millions and millions of views all across social media on other accounts. And of course, this was no accident. It's a result of the whole previous period of developing our ideas and perspectives, of educating our cadres, which allowed us to make the present turn, and the fact that we saw this particular possibility as in getting into the media and opposing the establishment, and decided to do it 6 months ago at the last IEC. And this is the first result. So although you can say it was lucky in a way, but it just happens that you get very lucky if you do the work systematically. But the point is, so it's not really luck at all. But we can't know when and how these things will happen. And the lesson in all of this is to appraise every situation like this immediately. And when you see an opportunity, you put aside your plans and you put all forces to the point of attack, and you utilize the opening to the utmost. Our comrades, it's been a fantastic year, and this turn has been a complete success. But every time you take up something new, there is a tendency to exaggerate things. It's a natural part of life. You know, when you learn to ride a bike, I don't know about you, when I learned, I had these support wheels. And I would ride like this. And then I would turn over and fall over like this. Until I gradually learned to balance and find an equilibrium. And and that's the important thing, that you get to that equilibrium. Now, part of this shake-up of the organization was a war on routinism. It's like routinist has become a curse word in the organization. You're afraid if someone calls you a routinist. You don't want to. You have to be on your toes. But comrades, you can have a routinist war on routinism. You see, in my lead-off last summer, I chose my words very carefully. I said we need to reevaluate what we used to do. Reevaluate everything. That means thinking about them and changing what's necessary. Now, sometimes that seems to have been interpreted as to throw everything out. So we are against long and dry lead-offs. So we should have very short lead-offs or no lead-offs at all. We're against the routine branch agendas. But so we should have no agenda at all. Now, the point, however, is in reality, you can have a 45-minute lead-off and a branch meeting with the same agenda as the previous one. And it could be fully in line with the IAC spirit. Because there's a point about, the point is, what do the comrades get out of it? Do comrades leave every meeting feeling inspired and having gained new insight? Has the chair involved everyone in the discussions and the decisions? Do everyone have a responsibility? And do everyone know their concrete tasks before the next branch meeting? Then you would have a great branch meeting. You can also have a branch meeting with no agenda and no lead-off. Which is an entirely routinist affair. Because being a routinist doesn't mean that you stop doing things that you used to do. It means doing things without thinking. Now, there is another notion that's come up, which is, I've heard this from several sections, in several sections, not from several sections. This is this idea that the old organization was about theory and discussing theory. But we are a fighting organization. We're a fighting party. It's like Fight Club. Yeah. A fight party. I don't know what a fighting party means, to be completely honest. I don't know what it actually means concretely. Maybe I'm sure comrades had the best intentions saying this. I don't know what it means. I've also heard comrades say that the old methods were the Marxist societies and theoretical discussions. But now we just ask people to join the party. Because we're not routinists like in the past. We ask them to join. That's what we do. I'll tell you a secret. In every Marxist society meeting I was at, we asked people to join the party. No, the thing is, look, we are a revolutionary organization and we've always been one. And we will always remain one. At least that's what I'm fighting for. And our activities might change their character slightly, but our basic fundamental essence remains the same. And what did Lenin say about revolutionary parties? He said, without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. Lenin didn't come one day and say, yes, now we've built the Cato organization, now we need to go join the fight. No more discussions. His whole life was one theoretical struggle after another. And that was the main difference between the Bolsheviks and everyone else. And that's the only real difference between us and everyone else. If you take that away, we're no different from many of the sects. They don't scream about communism, or they scream about revolution or resistance. They get stuck into movements and strikes and this and that. But they don't achieve anything because they don't have the ideas that we do. And what was our strength in the Palestine movement? It was precisely our ideas. Where we came in and we didn't embark on a political campaign. The more we resorted to sloganeering and just kind of participating, the less of an impact did we have. Now, Trotsky explained that the first duty of a revolutionary is to understand the causal sequence of events and to find somewhere in that sequence one's own place. We have this massive, great historical process. And what we need to do with ourselves, everyone around us, is to acquire an understanding of what that means and where we belong in that process. And that is what gives us our endless optimism, our energy and determination. That's the real power of ideas. Now, another thing we've discussed, very, very important, is how do we present our ideas? You know, we can't turn up to a student encampment where people don't know anything about Marxist theory and say, what we are seeing is the mode of production rebelling against, the means of production rebelling against the property relations. We need to be able to connect our ideas, our real ideas, without watering them down, in simple language to the layers that are coming up now. And it's not just when we intervene in the movement, but also inside the organization. We should not have 45-minute lead-offs. Because most people cannot pull off a 45-minute lead-off without losing people. you end up talking to yourself. No, you need to think about all of your lead-offs and all of your interventions and all of your discussions. Think about what is it you're trying to say, what is it you're trying to convey, and do that in the simplest and most engaging manner possible. Now, sometimes that is interpreted to mean that all we want to do is sound interesting and engaging and radical. And comrades forget that the most important part of that is not the form or the delivery, but it's the content. The point is not to sound radical. You can sound radical without being radical at all. What did Marx say about being radical? He said being radical means going to the root of the matter. There are many, many people who are being radicalized today. They call themselves communists. They're filled with class hatred, which is a good thing. But we need to fill that hatred with content. We need to raise those pure emotions to the level of a science, of scientific socialism. And give a rational explanation for them. If all that was needed was just pure gut feeling, then we wouldn't have need for a party. There would be a communist revolution spontaneously. But if you are bold in content, you can be very, very mild in manner and still have a massive impact. Now, comrades, this conference has been the crowning achievement of the past year's qualitative leap. And it's also a mental milestone for us. It's also a mental milestone for us. We must close the doors to the previous stage. And that's first and foremost in here. And we must learn to think bigger. At the International Center, we think that means we also need to expand the center and the scope of our activities. To build an international center worthy of a revolutionary communist international. At the moment, we have 21 full-timers. But to run this massive, complex organism of thousands of members, the complexity of the work alone is advancing faster than the size of our full-time staff. And we believe that we need bold measures. So we made a plan to take on 17 new full-timers in the next year and a half. Part of these will be to support existing responsibilities. And part of them would be to expand into new areas that we don't have systematic work in. We will take on an education full-timer, a social media full-timer, an audio-video department, web designers, Some of you might notice that Marxist.com is a little bit old in its design, not in its ideas. It's got the newest ideas, but we don't have the forces to redesign a new page. It's impossible with our current forces. We need also an office manager, because which has become an important political task of making sure this massive building is running as smoothly as possible. And we also aim in the next period to develop regional bureaus to follow up different parts of the world. And this will massively improve the work of the international. But it's a medium-term work. It's not something that can happen immediately. This is just the beginning. And we believe that in order to fund this, we should dip into the fighting fund as well. Because while we're sure that in not so long from now we can afford all of these full-timers, we can't afford them on the budget as it is now. Which means that for every £31,000 more that you guys donate, we can take on one more of these comrades. And I want to say that the collection is not closed. In fact, we got a report that in Sweden the comrades raised another 1,015 euros. And the Danish comrades at their watch party raised 3,660 euros. So far, the final amount is 485,000 euros. But I think we can reach 500,000. That would be a nice round number to reach, wouldn't it? And with all the comrades here and back home, it might be possible. Now, comrades, this is a historic moment for our movement. We voted on the manifesto last Monday. Another key weapon in our arsenal. And it was passed, I should add, without any serious disagreements. Now, the sects do not understand this. Why don't you have any more disagreements? For them, the discussion is not really important. Or rather, the ideas are not really important. The more disagreements you have, the better and the more democratic an organization you are. Well, comrades, anyone is free to say anything they wish in this organization. You know, just to say about these people, they have plenty of disagreements, by the way. But they have no ideas whatsoever. But you can say anything you want in this organization. And we'll discuss it out. And we've done that many times in the past. Patiently and seriously. And that's why we are where we are today. A few weeks ago, I was at the British Congress. There was a comrade there, I think he's from Wales. It was his first Congress. And he said something very interesting. I hope I'm quoting him exactly, but it's more or less along these lines. He said, I've been a member of the Labour Party for many years. He said, I've seen congresses. I've seen herd mentality. But this is something different. This is conviction. Yes, comrades. What we have is a deep going unity of conviction which is the most powerful form of unity. And it's a conquest that we're proud of. It's a result of decades of effort. Yes, and many, many, many discussions in which the level of the whole international has been raised. I think Alan said the other day, he and some other comrades started out 30 years ago, being the weakest force on the left. No apparatus, very little of full-time staff and so on, if anything. What set us apart? It was our ideas. They ridiculed Alan and Ted for writing Reason in Revolt and Bolshevism. Because they ridiculed our emphasis on theory. Because they were real activists and revolutionaries, You see, they don't know what they're talking about. They didn't realize that they're attacking our strong side. And you can't explain this to them. Because you cannot argue with ignorance. But that is what brought us where we are today. Every step of the way. And it's the power of our ideas which is now revealing itself more and more intensely in direct correlation with the intensity of the crisis of capitalism. And we're beginning to gain an echo. It's still early days. But one door after another is opening up for us. It's not because we are clever or lucky. We are clever, but, not. I guess we are clever. But it's not because we're lucky or we're slick. Not because we have nice designs and big banners. Not because we have a massive center now in London and centers all over the world with hundreds of full-timers. We are proud of that, but that's not the reason. No, it's because of our ideas. That's the only justification for our existence. And now we are exiting our prehistory. And of course, it would be foolish to go too far and get big-headed. To overstretch ourselves and to relegate theory and propaganda work. No, theory is much more important now as a guide to action. But it would be equally foolish to stay timid and to think small. We need to get rid of that mentality. We need to think big. We need to be bold. And it's inevitable that we will make exaggerations and mistakes. But we can overcome these. And we can learn from them. There's comrade, I was talking with comrade Alejandra, I think, from Canada. Who was, we were discussing our intervention in the movement, in the encampment movement. She said maybe we had been a little bit too timid. And she said something very profound. She says, it's like we've been swimming at the shallow end of the pool. Now we have to go on the deep end, and it's a little bit scary. I think that's a very exact metaphor. We have to leave the safe shores that we're used to. But we also have to remind ourselves that our safety was never our, organizational method of work. That wasn't what was kept keeping us safe. It was the solid rock of Marxist theory, which we will have with us at all times. Goethe said, mankind errs as long as he strives. Mankind errs as long as he strives. Yes, we will making mistakes is a part of learning. We have the most powerful ideas here. And in the next period, our task is to take them out into the world, into every school and every university, into every neighborhood and every workplace, and boldly announce that the Revolutionary Communist International is here. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Hamid. Thank you, comrades. I wanted to highlight something that Hamid said. The collection so far has raised 485,000 euros and a bit. But I think there should be no reason why we can't get to 500,000. So, comrades in the room, think how much money you have left. Think if you have anything left in your credit cards as well. And if you can make an additional donation. Contact comrades in your branches, in your districts, back at home. Tell them how extraordinary this meeting has been. Whether they can make a donation, big or small. For those watching from home and watch parties, the same applies to you. Now let's see if we can get to 500,000. Now, for those in the room, please stay in your seats. There's an important announcement. For those at home, we're going to a half an hour break. From Britain will be followed by Helene from Canada.
Comrades, the RCP in Britain is carrying out pioneering work at the moment. And in the last 12 months, we've seen many exciting developments. Only weeks after our founding, we've been thrust into a national election campaign. Which will be the making of our party. Just over a year ago, we were around 800 comrades. Today, we're 1,150. Over the course of 2023, we increased the national average sub by 68%. We've massively expanded our social media presence, largely as a result of Fiona's viral videos. And we further expanded our full-time apparatus, including taking one temporary full-timer for the election campaign. But growth has slowed down for us in the past few months, which is to be expected after a period of explosive recruitment. Ultimately, the way to address slowing growth and retention is cadre development. Because this underpins all other areas of our work. Over the last few months, we've seriously stepped up our cadre schools nationally. We've organized regional cadre schools led by EC and CC members. And in some places like Wales and the Midlands, they've organized regional residential cadre schools, a bit like this event. In the British office, we've introduced all office lead-offs and reading groups. And we're encouraging all the full-timers to speak at and lead these discussions. We emphasize to the comrades that political education must be linked to to events and perspectives. For example, when George Galloway won the Rochdale by-election, the EC produced the documents on connecting with consciousness, which we circulated. As Hamid mentioned, we've just republished Lenin's Left-Wing Communism. And we're proposing a talk on this book at our upcoming summer camp. Which is another national cadre school. In relation to the election campaign itself, the day-to-day work of campaigning presents another opportunity for education. Right now, a full-timer in London is coordinating a team of 25 comrades who are phone banking and following up our social media accounts for contacts. And all of these comrades are being trained on the transitional method and proper contact follow-up. It's not that practical work is a substitute for education, because that's not the case. But that political education is being linked to events taking place. Just like how the Palestine protests were a great opportunity to educate our comrades. On Palestinian history, the role of the state, and imperialism. We're producing more national education bulletins than ever before. These are sent to the entire membership. The latest one takes many lessons from the Cardiff comrades on cadre development. For example, these comrades have linked the fundamentals of Marxism to their interventions on the ground. At a recent Palestine encampment meeting, they actually gave a talk on Marxist philosophy. To show how consciousness and perspectives can change rapidly. Now, I think this is exactly the type of thinking we want to encourage from the comrades. Another very important thing the Cardiff comrades have done is to spend time socially integrating their comrades. Hours of extra education of the comrades comes through socials and informal meetings. Discussions in the pub, after branch, or at organized socials. I personally still remember my very first branch meetings in East London 12 years ago. Where I was with many of the comrades that are in this hall today. Branch discussions would run over by 45 minutes, by half an hour. Because far too many good points were being made to allow the chair to stop them. We'd all have a drink afterwards. Alan would start cracking jokes about the Italians in World War I. Barking like dogs for scraps at the imperialist table. And everyone enjoyed the atmosphere. The jokes like that. Apart from Fred. He wasn't laughing at all. But the point is, I have nothing but warm memories of those times. And I still remember today what I learned in a lot of those discussions. Above all, learn to be flexible. Find out what the comrades in your branch are passionate about. Find out what they want to learn and then learn with them. Some comrades learn from one-on-one discussions and talking. Others would prefer structure and set reading lists. Whatever it is, find out what the comrades need at a branch level and start there when it comes to cadre development. As the comrade said, yesterday in the in the election session, what we're going through right now will be the making of the RCP in Britain. But we need to develop more cadres if we're going to withstand the enormous pressure we will come under. And if we're going to fulfill our potential for growth. To reach 2,000 comrades and 10,000 beyond that. Which is what history demands of us. But all of us here should have complete confidence in our ability to rise to this challenge. Because what this event proves decisively is that we are not just campaigners or activists or good organizers. Although, of course, we are all of these things. We have the best ideas in the world. The ideas of revolutionary Marxism, which guarantees our success and separates us from everyone else. If comrades allow me, I'd like to quote some Shakespeare. In Henry IV, Part 1, the great Welsh lord Owen Glendower warns Hotspur, "I can call spirits from the vasty deep." And Hotspur responds, "Why, so can I, so can any man. But will they come when you call for them?" Comrades, are we just going to talk about it, or are we going to build the Revolutionary Party? And so I speak directly to the comrades in this room, to the comrades in Britain watching at home, and to all of those watching from across the world. The time is upon us to build the RCP in Britain, the RCI internationally, and we need to start this today.
Next speaker will be... Oh, whoa, whoa. Next speaker will be Hélène from the Canadian section. But when you thought you'd seen it all, the Mexican comrades have brought an item for raffling, which is not a Bolivian miner's helmet, is not a British miners' strike commemorative plate, but Lenin and Trotsky themselves. So anyone who wants a chance to win this marvelous prize, talk to the Mexican comrades. Hélène will be followed by Laura from the United States.
It's quite difficult to follow after quoting Shakespeare. So I'll go with my own Canadian poetry. O Canada, our home and native land. Believe it or not, these are the cynical opening words of the national anthem. Of a capitalist country that has been built on the stealing of lands and on the massacre and oppression of indigenous people. But for a long period, Canadian capitalism, on the basis of a big economic growth, has managed to maintain this image of a land of peace, order, and class compromise. But now we are seeing the particular impact of the capitalist crisis in Canada, with the biggest decline in living standards in over 40 years. There's a particularly big decline in productivity in the country, which has been accompanied by one of the biggest, the largest housing bubble in the world. The prospect of owning a home has been completely erased for millions. What we are seeing is that the social contract based on the post-war boom is dead. At the same time, we are seeing a huge vacuum on the left, with the NDP, who has entered in an agreement with the Liberal and are basically just propping them up. And not surprising, nobody cares about the NDP anymore. And in Quebec, we have Québec Solidaire, who used to be to the left of the NDP. But has clearly moved to the right and is in a deep, deep crisis. And young people are completely fed up by this moderation, by this reformism. So this is the context in which a year ago we launched, we started this big communist new turn. And this has clearly paid off. So since the last World Congress, over 3,000 people have written to us wanting to join. And our membership stands at 825 people, comrades. Which means that in the last month, we have basically doubled in size. With now over 230 comrades, both in Montreal and in Toronto. And to keep up with this growth, obviously we have hired new full-timers, and we have also rent a new, bigger office in our regional office in Montreal. And in 2 weeks, we are moving into the brand new headquarters of the organization in Toronto. Which is bigger than twice the size of the one we currently have, and it will allow us to professionalize and centralize the work. We actually got lucky, the market is very favorable for us. Most companies are closing down offices in downtown Toronto, Montreal. And communism seems to be a rare sector in expansion. So the growth of this section has really been, the result of the amazing objective conditions. But also of the foresight of the leadership of the International to orient us. Combined with our decisiveness to quickly seize the occasion. When you look at the organization, and at the numbers, we have a completely new organization. And to make this more, clear to everyone, and to accentuate, to intensify the turn, we have decided in the fall to launch the Parti communiste révolutionnaire, the Revolutionary Communist Party. We held the first Congress of the RCP 3 weeks ago, where about 400 comrades attended. Similar to this very conference, the mood was, electric. And on top of discussing and voting to support the RCI manifesto, we have also adopted the manifesto of the RCP to tell and explain to everyone that we, the communists, are planting our flags in the soil of this country. And to build this party, we have launched in January a new paper to really act as the scaffolding of this new organization. So the paper is Révolution communiste, Communist Revolution. To be honest, it has been a work in progress since January, particularly to have more contributions from comrades across the section. To borrow the expression from our Swiss comrades, we really want the paper to become the party in your backpack. The paper that acts as the voice of the communists and also as a tool to build the RCP. And last week we made a big step with the first issue of our new newsprint format with more content and in full color. Obviously, I don't have time to talk about our intervention in the Palestine solidarity movement. I'll keep it simple. Blessing? À tes souhaits. Since last October, we recruited over 80 people from the Palestine solidarity movement, including close to 30 from the encampments. This is crazy, to be honest. We have never recruited that much directly from a movement, and even less in the very middle of it. Things are changing, comrades. And so we have made a qualitative leap in the development of the organization. But I want to precise that it's a dialectical leap. We are not rejecting everything from the past. We are keeping the best practices, the best traditions of La Riposte Socialiste fight back, and are bringing them to a higher level. And a clear example of that is the tradition we have started building over 40 years ago with the Montreal Marxist Winter School, an event dedicated fully to theory, to education. And over the years, the school has evolved both in quantity and quality. It's sort of a mirror of the development of the section. And this year, with the theme In Defense of Lenin, we gather over 600 people. We could feel something. It was the same event as before. but with an even more serious attitude from comrades and contacts towards our ideas and theory in general. These are good traditions we want to keep. And now with this amazing growth, of course, education will be the focus and the center of our activities. For example, we'll have a new regional school by the end of the year. I'm presenting all those numbers. It seems like a very nice picture. But of course, it's clear that what we have accomplished so far, and particularly in the last year, has not been an easy process. There were ups, downs. There were issues, problems, difficulties. And it can even sometimes be painful. But I think here we're talking about growing pain, which is a good thing. And an idea we have introduced in the organization in the last months is this idea of being a communist pioneer. Inviting comrades to break into new areas, new neighborhoods, schools, cities. Not being stuck and too comfortable in a small area. After all, Canada is a huge, huge, huge country, too huge to be honest, and we haven't even, explored all the provinces yet. So we have started to really expand, and it has been a success so far, I think. And everywhere we go is the same thing. We have no competition. It's only on us to build. We have expanded, for example, in the East Coast. Yeah. East Coast represents. So in the Maritimes, we went from 8 comrades a year ago to over 31 comrades. And last week, I've been informed that we now have a cell in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is a first in this province. And in our main, in our big cities where we have a lot of comrades, we are also expanding in new neighborhoods and also in the suburbs, outside of the big towns. And I can tell you it's something we couldn't have imagined in the past, probably a year ago even. But what we see is really this renewed determination and this sense of urgency amongst comrades to build. And particularly with this new layer of communists, some young comrades recruited in the last year and even in the last months, they are already leading a new area. And they have this flame in their eyes and this thirst for ideas. And with this, I'm confident, I'm optimistic that we will get to 1,000 comrades way before the end of this year. We might beat the Americans in the process. And with this, we will send a clear message that the communist pioneers of the Revolutionary Communist International have arrived. We are determined, we are growing, and we are preparing to remove all the white color from the Canadian flag. by painting it in bold revolutionary red. And, I just want to end on a quote from our new RCP manifesto. We won't rest until power has been torn from the capitalist grasp and all exploitation extinguished. In the words of Marx, we will storm heaven. Thank you.
Laura will be followed by Rasmus from Denmark, and there's just one more announcement, that the well-read stall will be open during the lunch break. But after that, it will be closed, because the comrades need to pack the books and so on. So that's your last chance to get your books. And also, there are now a small amount of well-read titles in Spanish available.
So the New York Times recently ran an article that was titled, "Biden Promised Calm After Trump Chaos, but the world just hasn't cooperated." The ruling class is losing their grip in the US. And 14% of registered voters say that the political and economic system needs to be torn down entirely. That's 24 million people. Our comrades went to a picket of striking brewery workers. And these are brewery, like beer makers. These are blue-collar workers in Texas, so they tend to be Trump supporters. And one of them saw our party name, the Hammer and Sickle. He made a face like, yeah. And he said something along the lines of, "I'm not sure about the communist part, but I like the idea of revolution." Another worker on the line, he said, "You guys are naive." So we assume, okay, he's probably conservative, he doesn't like us. After talking with him, it turns out he's in favor of nationalizing the key industries and the banks. And he also made a prediction that the workers are gonna drag the bosses and the politicians out into the streets and beat them up. So that is the tear the system down layer that we're seeing in the US. We're doing everything that we can to connect with it. That is why the US section took the decision in February of this year to launch a new political party, the Revolutionary Communists of America. We had a party launch meeting in February. We held a rally in downtown Brooklyn with red flags, hammer and sickles. It went viral, as Hamid explained. So much so that a comrade went to work the next day. He works in a construction site in Manhattan. He's a union worker. And his coworker said, did you see there was a communist march in Brooklyn yesterday? We also got someone from Iran that hosted us in the venue where we had the event. Just a random Iranian business owner. He heard about the march from his friends in Iran. So we took other initiatives to take advantage of this boost. We launched a new podcast and a new monthly paper, The Communist. Which sold over 10,000 copies within 2 months. And this is a tool to build in the real world. To talk to our coworkers, friends, family. And to build communist cells. You know, we have a comrade in Dallas who works at a Walmart. Well, we have several, but one of them in particular. And one of his coworkers one day was overworked. You know, he was feeling weak. He ended up falling. He hit his head. And he died. And what did the bosses do? They sent a consolation cake to the break room. And they sent everyone back to work. That is the molecular process of changing class consciousness. That's the anecdotes that you hear about. We put the report on the paper. Our comrade brought it to the workplace and then sold it to his coworkers. And we have a real possibility now of a cell at this Walmart and others. Now, as other comrades said, usually the energy and the boldest activity, the most effective communist action, comes from a deeper understanding of Marxist theory. There's an example of a comrade in Minneapolis who was discussing value, price, and profit. And then the next day, they saw that the airport where they work at published some statistics about exploitation in the workplace, about the profits that they're making and so forth. How the average airport worker generates $183,000 a year. But earns $60,000 in wages on average. So our comrade was enraged by this and immediately wrote a leaflet. And then went to their coworkers and said, "Would you ever work for free?" And the coworker said, "Hell no." And our comrade said, "Well, you already are. To be precise, you're working 173 days every year for free." And the leaflet made waves. Our comrade recruited co-workers to help distribute it, to baristas, baggage handlers, cooks at the airport. The manager then called the comrade into the office. And Milos, the comrade, he was very worried. But then the manager said, "This leaflet is excellent. Do you have more?" And started handing them out behind the counter at work. This was so successful that the comrade was fired, but was also arrested by the police. And the charge was constitutionally protected speech in an undesignated area. That's the land of the free, the US, the land of free speech and democracy. So the comrade is appearing in court, and you can read about it in our paper, in our podcast, if you haven't gotten it yet. And we're gonna launch a campaign around this. So these are the kind of bold initiatives that allowed us to grow from by 150% since last August. We have a presence in dozens and dozens of cities. And we have a strong base in the following cities. In New York City, Philadelphia, Dallas, Minneapolis, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, and Boston. We also had a hugely successful finance campaign where we raised the average per member dues from $60 per comrade per comrade to $100 per month per comrade. We had hundreds of people since the party launch signing up as sustainer members, so paying dues to help build the party. And with all of this, we were able to finally also get a new office, which is 5 times the size of our previous office. And it's right in the belly of the beast in Manhattan. It's a true headquarters for the party overlooking the Empire State Building. We're going to be holding the founding Congress of the RCA in Philadelphia on July 27th and 28th. Everyone here is invited. And obviously this is going to be an opportunity for all the hundreds and hundreds of comrades that joined in the last few months to get a real understanding of what the party is, what we stand for politically. We need to theoretically consolidate all these layers. That's going to be the prerequisite for further growth. And from there, this is going to be a launching pad for the largest communist recruitment campaign that the USA has seen in decades. We've received thousands of applications to join, saying things like the following. They say CPUSA, the Communist Party USA, and other left parties seem more interested in appeasing the liberals than enacting change. I have been searching and waiting for years for a solid Communist Party to join in the US. I would love to join this party to start getting real work done. And by the way, we have written an open letter to members of the Communist Party USA, which has yielded results. Because some of these so-called left groups are still supporting the Democrats to this day. I'll quote the online paper of CPUSA. Biden carried out his promise to be the most pro-union president in history. It would be funny, except they have the name communist, and that's Genocide Joe they're talking about. That while 1 in 6 American children go hungry, the Democrats and Republicans are sending billions to murder and maim Palestinian children. So what's going to be the position of the Revolutionary Communists of America in this election campaign? At a time when 2% of the whole population has a great deal of confidence in Congress? Our slogans are down with Biden, down with Trump, down with the entire system. There is no party for you to vote this particular election. So help us build that party. Let's build the Revolutionary Communists of America in the land of the Red Scare, in the land of McCarthy. And let's build the Revolutionary Communist International.
Rasmus will be followed by Florian from Austria.
The last year has been the biggest transformation in the history of the Danish section. We have grown with 152%. Some might describe it as a year with a lot of sudden and sharp changes. From June to June, we have grown from 95 comrades to 240. And now we are 247. We have tripled the amount of branches. Our new office is five times the size of our old one. And because of the successful work in the second biggest city in Denmark, we are about to rent another office. Because for the first time in our history, we are becoming a truly national revolutionary organization. So how does this come about? Some comrades might think that we fought some kind of magic formula. And as a matter of fact, we did. And I'm ready to share it with all of you if you don't tell the rest of the left. What we did was implementing the policies and the methods of this international fully, wholeheartedly, and without wavering. Like many other sections. That means concentrating all of our efforts on recruiting young students and workers with our revolutionary ideas and changing the whole organization on all levels in order to found a real communist party in Denmark. And this has given all the comrades in the section a common work and a common goal for the organization. And all of that required us to start thinking, which is a very hard process. How do we build a communist party? How do we connect with the best of the youth and the workers? For example, you can say something that is 100% correct, but if the person in front of you doesn't understand it, it's not much of a help to build your party. It's kind of the same if you go to a hospital and 2 doctors in front of you are talking about you and your health. And all they say are correct, but they talk in this medical language of doctors that you don't understand. So when you're sitting there and listen to them, you don't know if you're sick, or if you're cured, or if you are in between. And I think we can do the same thing sometimes. Capitalism is no longer capable of developing the productive forces as before. That is completely true. But what does it mean? A revolutionary solution for Palestine. Yes, but how? So we were forced to think, but thinking takes time. Ted Grant once said that what you put into a book is what you get out of it again. And the same is true with the organization. The thought, preparation, and energy we put into the organization is reflected in the results we get out of it. And that is true on all levels of the organization, from the EC to the CC, from the branch leaderships down to the individual comrade. We saw it in Denmark with the solidarity movement with Palestine. The Stalinist organizers didn't want us to allow us to participate in the movement. We couldn't bring our paper, our banner, our leaflets. Ironically, we were not allowed to have materials with hammer and sickle on. So our comrades had to prepare themselves throughoutly to take on this political struggle to be allowed to be a part of the movement. In concrete terms, that meant that before every demonstration, the comrades met beforehand, discussing the goal of the intervention, how to recruit the next communist, what to do after the intervention. But most importantly, they met up to prepare politically and to discuss the demonstration politically. Why are these organizers attacking us? What is popular frontism? What is identity politics? What is the situation in Palestine right now? And globally, what are the demands that have been raised? What are our demands and what are our solutions? This approach has meant that we have been very successful with our intervention in the movement. And we are by far the largest, most visible political force in the solidarity movement in Denmark. Officially, we will not found the Revolutionary Communist Party until October. But we have already started to go to war against all the established parties in Denmark. Who is supporting this rotten system, including the left in parliament, so-called left, who in the last few years have embraced the EU, have embraced NATO, and are now planning to try to form a government with the Social Democrats. And what kind of social democracy is it that we have in Denmark? It is the most racist and disgusting party of all social democracies in Europe, and that says a lot. You know, I wouldn't go so far to call them social fascists. But as a matter of fact, they use some of the same language as the fascists did in the 20s and 30s. In their last attack on Muslim immigrants, the Social Democrats say, oh, these Muslim immigrants, they might have a job. They may have an education. They may seem well integrated in society, but you shouldn't trust them. What they are saying is that in fact, they're infiltrating all areas of society with hostile values. That is the language of the Social Democrats in Denmark. The most poisoning racism. And this is the social democracy that the left want to form a government with. So in saying it with some other words, there is no left opposition in Denmark. And generally speaking, we don't have any competition at all. And under these circumstances, and with our growth, we are starting to be noticed by the media, by the politicians, but more importantly, we are becoming a point of references by a larger and larger layer of the youth and the workers. And that is also relatively easily in a country like Denmark. It's like this big, where we only have 6 million inhabitants. But this is only the beginning. We have a lot of things to do to improve our work, especially in relation to education. And we have a lot of challenges. But we are not that worried about it right now. Because we have an organization full of dedicated comrades. We have a strong international. And most importantly of all, we have the ideas with the power to change the world. Thank you, comrades.
After Florian will be Sibyl from France.
Comrades, the last year was very, very successful for the Austrian section. In June 2023, we had 212 members. Now we have 309. At the same time, we had 16 branches last year. Now we have 40. We have branches now in 7 of the 9 small Austrian regions, because Austria is a small country. To explain, there are only 4 towns in Austria left with more than 30,000 inhabitants. Where we do not have a branch. But to say there are only 14 towns in total, so. But we achieved all of that in the most turbulent period for the Austrian section in its history. Hamid has said he doesn't know what a fighting organization really is. I guess I don't either. But I know we have an organization in Austria. And I know we had a lot of fighting to do in the last year. We were really viciously attacked for our Palestine position by the media. With hundreds of mentions or articles specifically about us. We were attacked by the so-called workers' movement leaders. By the way, social democrat and communist in brackets alike. With comrades getting kicked out by both organizations. We were attacked by the so-called left, which tried to prevent our participation in marches on the 8th of March, on the 1st of May, on the Pride in Vienna. And last but not least, we were attacked viciously also by the state apparatus, where our comrades Sonia and Alex, which were summoned before the state prosecutor for posting the IMT statement on Gaza. A struggle, by the way, we won. They can be both here today. And just to give one further example of the mood we are facing in society and how we are attacked now. The only student Palestine camp in Austria got dissolved by the police. After a campaign by the pro-Zionist so-called left and the media, mass media, which attacked the camp because, amongst other things, our participation, the revolutionary communists are participating. And therefore the protest must clearly be anti-Semitic and must be stopped. And it was, in the end, it was fizzling out. The whole movement, so I guess we can also say we participated in every encampment in Austria. But comrades, how could we do all this fighting against enemies which are much, much stronger than we? They have a lot of bigger organizational power, the state apparatus, the media, the mass organizations of the working class. Of course, we need a fighting spirit for that. We have the correct ideas and we have to go on the offensive with them. But to go on the offensive, you first need the correct ideas. And we couldn't have done anything of that without the clear ideas of Marxism and the ideas this international provided to us. So I guess that's a very important lesson. The more you are attacked by objectively strong forces, the more important the clear ideas and a clear position of Marxism becomes. And if we slack on that, we will be turned to dust. But comrades, we are not there to be turned into dust in Austria. We are going on the offensive. We analyzed the situation with the Palestine encampment, let's say. And we saw that there was how to say, cannot go forward. That the situation was blocked, yes. The activists didn't have the way forward for the movement. But you have to understand there's a real mood of rage building up in Austrian society. Which is especially strengthened because of the extreme hardline position of the Austrian government in support of Israel, as Emma already explained. The bourgeoisie, in a way, connected their faith with the faith of the Gaza war in Austria. And so they have to use every method to keep this so-called solidarity with Israel, this national unity around this question, or this apparent national unity. But there's a seething rage, mostly amongst the youngest of the young against this. Like I said, there was only one encampment, so the spell is not yet broken. Many people are afraid of going out. But a lot of people have very strong feelings against the slaughter of the Palestinians. And even more, people are enraged by the conscious pressure all the time not to talk about the topic at all. So we decided to firmly turn our back against the layer of activists and go directly to the youth and especially the youngest. We have started in the last few weeks a propaganda campaign towards the school and university strike for Palestine. I have it on the back of the paper. Everybody who hasn't have it yet, maybe you can learn something for your section around for it. We already had 52 interventions in front of 33 different schools. And the first results are very, very inspiring. All in all, we got 281 contact details. And wherever we go, the people are like going on top of us because they want to talk about Palestine. One guy literally said, "Where have you been in the last 6 months?" Yeah, that's a very good question. We should all ask ourselves that. Well, we are starting to ramify the problem now. But still there's a lot of suppression. In one case, after we went in front of the school, 6 policemen came immediately, 2 plainclothes, 4 in uniform, arguing that these 2 people are a rally which isn't officially allowed. In many, many other cases, teachers and the headmasters of the schools immediately tried to intervene and stop the thing. In Graz, we stood against this in one instance. And because we took a firm stance and fought against this suppression of democratic rights, we got 30 contact details in front of one school. So you can really feel the rage building up. But it's not there yet. And we're too small. We, for years, didn't do this kind of work. We have a little bit of experience in Austria, but for a long time we didn't do this kind of work. So we have to learn now to use this propaganda campaign to get people involved in our organization. We have to explain, you have to understand how the problem in the Middle East can be solved through communism. You have to understand how this slaughter of the Palestinians is linked with the situation in Austria and the drive towards further and further racist attacks and attacks on the living standard. And the only set of ideas that can explain that is Marxism. And the only organization who can express these ideas and fight for communism are we, the revolutionary communists. So comrades, the autumn will be a very hot one in Austria, not only climatically. There are elections where all the parties don't want to speak about Palestine, all of them. And we are on the offensive. So comrades, it will be a great opportunity to build this organization. We are preparing the founding of the Revolutionary Communist Party. Like I said, in a situation where all the other parties are silent on the slaughter, where all the other parties are complicit in attacks on the workers and racism, or at least silent towards it. So if we do good work, we can have a great impact in autumn. But the future is now. We have to use the summer to recruit, to educate the cadres, and then to storm heaven.
Comrade Sibyl from France will be followed by Dersu from Switzerland.
So, hello. So, over the course of a year, the French section has changed a lot. In June of last year, we had our Congress with 125 comrades. This was just before the World Congress. It was a very good Congress, but we could not imagine what awaited us. We had set the goal of being 200 by the end of 2024. But that was before the entire international decided to launch the communist campaign. Which we did as soon as we returned to France. We intervened in much clearer way, much openly as communists. And the results are here. The results. We have indeed reached the goal of 200 7 months before the target set of our last Congress. We are currently 215. Therefore, our growth over this year is 67%. We have gone from 13 branches to 21. And something was new for us is that we are now making contacts on all corners of France. We have also made great progress in our publications and political material. From now on, we systematically publish the international theoretical journal paper, in defense of Marxism magazine in French. In collaboration with the Canadian, Swiss, and Belgian comrades. This is a big step forward regarding our political authority and the political education of our comrades. We have also made great progress on social medias. We now have a team that has professionalized this work and made it a source of recruitment. Contacts. We have now new full-timers working for the organization in Paris, which reinforces our political center. New comrades are taking on responsibilities at all levels. This layer of newcomers has revitalized the organization. We must train this layer of newcomers, consolidate politically, comrades. That is the key to the success. Sorry. It is the only way to avoid unnecessary turnover. To connect with this layer, we must deploy a clear and clean banner that says who we are and what we want. That's the reason why we are founding the RCI. Since April, our section has launched a national campaign to promote our new international. We have developed posters and stickers calling for people to join the RCI. In each city we are in, we focused our intervention on May Day's demos. On building the RCI. We systematically got in touch with the people who registered for this school. So far, we have recruited 4 comrades on this basis. But we also need a new banner in France. That is why last month, during our national conference in an electric atmosphere, we unanimously decided to launch le Parti communiste révolutionnaire. We will launch it this fall. And by then, we are starting a very offensive campaign to find all communists in France ready to fight for it. The comrades are very enthusiastic about building their revolutionary communist party. They are ready to give their time, their energy, and even their money. We intervened in the Palestine movement, the Palestine Solidarity movement in France has been violently repressed and vilified in the media since its beginning in October. This prevented the movement from taking root and becoming more massive. But as the horror intensifies in Rafah, the situation has changed. Large gatherings and demonstrations have taken place in several major cities in France. Comrades spoke in front of thousands of people with great success. We made dozens of contacts from this. This shows the great combativeness and radicalism of the youth. This combativeness expresses itself also in the streets. After the dissolution of the National Assembly by Macron, and the organization of new legislative elections, which opens the path for a victory of the far right. Of course, we give our critical support to the Popular Front and call on people to vote for it. Our comrades made speeches in front of thousands of people in order to promote the soon to PCR and reach new contacts. This generation will not wait for us. They cannot take it anymore. They will enter the battle anyway. We must seek out all these young people, convince them, recruit them, train them, and prove to them that we are the right organization. The party of the victorious world revolution. And that requires boldness and correct ideas. We must turn these communists, who are communists in their guts, into communists in their minds. Which means Marxist. It is the only way for them to keep the flame alive and turn it into a revolutionary fire that will reduce capitalism to ashes. So, long life to RCI and the Parti Communiste Révolutionnaire of France. Woo!
Excellent contribution. Just to say that in relation to the collection, which is ongoing, in just a few hours this morning, we received approximately 3,600 euros additional. Plus a very significant donation of £55 from an Asian country where the comrades work in underground conditions. Dersu will be followed by Frederick from Sweden.
The ruling class loves to portray Switzerland as an island of security. In a report last week, they wrote, in a world full of uncertainties, Switzerland shines as a haven of stability and prosperity. But the truth is that there is no escape from capitalism. After 30 years of stagnating living conditions in Switzerland, in the last period, the conditions have worsened. Today in Switzerland, 52% of all the families do not or barely have enough income to meet the ends of the month. Among young parents, the birth rate has collapsed because there is not enough money and time. Depression is spreading like an epidemic. And these are the numbers of the richest country, of one of the richest countries in the world. This is the best that capitalism has to offer today. And especially for Switzerland, this is only the beginning. Some comrades have asked me this week, but in Switzerland, what does radicalize the youth? And it's capitalism, like everywhere else. It's the lack of perspectives and the complete absence of political alternative. And the Swiss communists have a huge privilege. The working class hasn't started to move yet. But there is already this layer of people, young people especially, moving towards communism. So in such a small country, if we play our cards right, we can become a point of reference before the big events come. 1 year ago, we had 180 comrades in Switzerland. And today we stand at 314. In May, we founded the RCP. And so for the first time in 80 years in Switzerland, there is again a communist party. And even the bourgeois press recognized this historic character. The headlines were things like, "The red flag flies over Switzerland again." Or also, the founding of the RCP was the political news of the weekend. And of course, these articles are full of lies and slanders. But we received many messages along the lines of, I'm actually always for the opposite of what is in the bourgeois press. And if they attack you like that, I think I should join. And this is just another sign of this deep, growing mistrust in the establishment. And in one layer, this triggers a real urge now to get involved, to get in. As in many sections, we were also viciously attacked by the so-called left. They say many stupid things, but the most stupid is this one. They say we are, in their words, we are recruiting baby leftists. By that they mean that we recruit people that have no idea of politics and are easy to manipulate. And this shows really this shows the contempt that these people have for young revolutionaries, which is just a reflection of their contempt for the working class. I mean, unlike these idiots, we have full confidence in this layer. And we say to all of them, if you're serious about communism, this is your organization. I think at the end of the day, building the party is about growth. And I've looked through our growth in the last year again. And where we have grown the most, there are clear methods on how this was done. The first point is make the comrades think. When new members come into the organization, where we have grown the most, they are really seriously, honestly asked, what do you think can you do to build this party? And then you help them to do it. So one new comrade in Geneva, he is at an art school. He realized that he is the only organized communist in this school. So they had deep political discussions about art and revolution in the branch. And how to link concretely the anger of all these deceived young artists with the need of building the party. I think if you want to grow, it means make yourself and your comrades fit for recruitment. And the second point is political education through practical political work. The best results are achieved where bold initiative is combined with political clarity. In a small town in the mountains in Switzerland, a branch has set itself the target of organizing the first ever 8th of March rally in this town. So they have been politically educating themselves on the issue over weeks, again on different angles of the question. And they mobilized at different schools for the rally. I mean, the rally was a success, but above all, this branch doubled itself during a couple of weeks. And the comrades have said it, in order to do real communist work, you need real communist ideas. The third point is the paper. I mean, in the paper there are our ideas, perspectives, the best reports, concretely applied to the burning issues in the movement and in the youth. And if I look through our section, the best recruiters and the best educators are the comrades that know themselves best the paper. With that, you can say to people, what I'm doing here, building a communist international with real communist ideas, you can do it too. If you get this paper into your head and into your hand. And the fourth point, it's finances. The branches in Switzerland that are growing the most are the branches that are discussing the revolutionary finances most and best. I mean, finances are not something tedious that needs to be done. Our finances are a real political weapon to prove that we are serious. That we do everything that is necessary because we are politically convinced of it. And the last thing is constant informal political discussions with socials and other. In Geneva, where we had the biggest growth, the comrades organized, for example, regular red cinemas. Or they cook together large quantities of food. And they sell them to the comrades at the office so that they don't eat shit all the time. But the point is to make space, no political space. That the comrades can discuss all the time. All kinds of questions that maybe don't have a place in branch or, yeah. Inspire them mutually about what they are reading, what they are doing. Yeah. But my main point is that growth is a political question. Is that political education and recruitment, this needs to be done together. So yeah, the Swiss haven of stability, it will be coming under a very, very heavy storm, no? And we are just completely determined to navigate it. And with these schools, we will do it. We will just do it. That's all. Thank you.
Large amounts of food for the office. That's an idea. Leo from Sweden will be the last speaker. Not Frederick from Sweden, but Leo from Sweden. Just keep everyone a little bit surprised. Where is he? Oh, sorry. And he'll be the last speaker for this morning.
Hello, comrades. I want to read a message that we received on our Instagram page just a while back. Hi, I am a communist from Norrköping. Advice to help organize the working class in your area. And if I've misunderstood, I would like to be referred to the local branch. But if no group exists, I would like to help to build this local Soviet or branch. And he keeps going. He said, me and two of my comrades have already made plans to create small pamphlets answering common misconception about communism. which we will put in public meeting spaces. Support and advice much appreciated. We have to understand what this guy is like. He and his friends are communists. And they're getting organized. They're moving into action, with or without us. His name is Colin, and he's not alone. There are Collins all over Sweden and all over the world. This is the justification for the new political party in Sweden. A banner for a new generation of communists to rally around. And the Revolutionary Communist Party is a very new party in every sense. In the composition of the membership, I feel very, very old. But also in the sense that many are completely new to the revolutionary movement. We are now 270 comrades, double the amount from last year. And half of our membership joined the last 7 months. As Hamid said, the situation in Finland is even more extreme, with an 800% growth since May Day last year. We also now have the beginnings of a group in Norway, and are taking the very first steps in the Baltic states. The party itself is 48 days old today. But I think that makes us the oldest party in the international. Our youthfulness is no accident. Trotsky pointed out that when a program or an organization wears out, the generation which carried it on its shoulders wears out with it. And that the movement is revitalized by the youth who are free of responsibility for the past. On this conference, we are proclaiming to the world that the new generation of Leninists are here. In Sweden, we will end the school by helping to uncover an 8-meter statue of Lenin. This is already causing some stir in the media. And then we will use this attention to embark on a tour to conquer Sweden. Every branch has made plans for what city to conquer, to paint red. So we are putting together a grand offensive with the same methods that built the workers' movement in the early days. Going from town to establish new party cells. And the comrades in northern Sweden, you can't see it on the map. They have already started this. 2 weeks ago, 2 comrades went to Östersund They put up posters, sold the paper, intervened at the Palestine demonstration. And they gave a revolutionary speech, which there hasn't been many revolutionary speeches in this town for years. And they made a bunch of contacts. They came back 1 week later, just before this school started, and held a public meeting on the town square. 10 young people attended, and they're really eager to join. Their target is 10 members by the end of the summer. 2 of them are attending the conference right now. This is what we will learn from and generalize to proclaim that the RKP is here. It's a great honor for us to be a founding section of this new international. And if anyone has any doubts about what an impact this has or can have, I want to give one more anecdote. One person saw our posters in Örnsköldsvik, also in northern Sweden. Where we also had nothing. She went to the website, saw that there's a manifesto for a new revolutionary communist international. She read it, and she applied to join. And in her application, she wrote that the founding of a new, genuine communist international gives me hope in the fight against capitalism. This is what the founding of the Revolutionary Communist International means. Hope in the struggle against capitalism. Let's not underestimate it.
Okay, can no one leave the room, please? There's some important announcements. For those online, we will come back at 2:30, local Italian time. So we'll see you later. Settle down. Get your seats. Before I call Rocco from Germany, is he in the room? Okay. Before I call Rocco, Caio will do the raffle of the Brazilian section, the Bolivian minus helmet. Well, now is the moment you've all been waiting for. Are you going to take the ticket? Yeah. Hamid is going to be the innocent hand.
Samim from Austria.
Hey, you're not Samim. You're Florian.
He had to leave already for the Eid festival, so I'll take it and don't tell him that I have it.
Okay, Rocco from Germany will be followed by Adam Pal from the Pakistani section.
Okay, comrades, I'm proud to report on the amazing progress of the German section. Where's the translation? Okay. However, our development is nothing extraordinary. As others have pointed out, it is simply the result of our right approach that our international takes. Which is reflected in the development of the whole international. At our last National Congress in March, last year we were around 140 comrades. At this National Congress, we kicked off an extraordinary finance appeal, asking from every comrade to give a revolutionary sacrifice. And the response exceeded our expectations. Within less than a year, we doubled our subs. And we collected enough money to move our center to Berlin. Yeah. In November last year, we held the Karl Marx seminar, our biggest national seminar so far, with 14 lead-offs on the German Revolution, holding high the revolutionary tradition of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Around this time, we reached the 200-member mark. And today we are counting more than 280 comrades. That are almost 300 comrades in one of the most important imperialistic powers. Yeah. Germany is the second biggest arms exporter to Israel after the USA. The weapon export actually increased tenfold since the 7th of October. The Palestine movement in Germany isn't on the same level as in the USA or in Canada. However, our comrades intervened wherever they could, even taking a leading role in at least one of the protests. They were participating in a sit-in, making sure that the next sit-in is not 1 week later. Which was the proposal of the initiatives, who led the sit-in before. But they made sure that the sit-in is the very next day. And through that, the sit-in doubled in size to 70 people. 70. The sit-in doubled in size. But all of the protests in Germany almost immediately died down through heavy state repression and also to the wrong leadership. But there's a potential for a bigger comeback of the protests. Even without a big movement, the German section is growing. For example, in South Bavaria, we grew from 9 members to around 50 members in just 1 year. Yeah. From 2 branches to 7, and the next branches are already basically setting up now. The comrades were especially successful in smaller towns. The comrades that lived in these towns used to go in the next bigger city, because that's where you easily find bigger demonstrations and a layer of other politicized use. But now they try to find the next communist in these small towns. At first, the comrades were hesitant and didn't believe that you could find in these conservative small towns other communists. And you must understand the outlook of the youth in these towns. They basically think the Nazis are in the rise in the form of the AfD, and that the older generation doesn't seem to care about the environment. There's basically nothing you can do in these towns. You just meet on your free time at the McDonald's parking lot. And there's almost complete absence of any left organization in these small towns. And the youth thinks, I am the only communist here, even the only left person. But when our comrades started to go with our paper to the local marketplace and asking, are you a communist? Somebody replied, am I a communist? Of course I'm a communist. And you can see the light in the eyes of these contacts, which thought that they were the loneliest person on the world. And now suddenly found their soulmate, their comrades in arms. So our comrades told every new comrade, these conditions exist everywhere. And every new comrade now tries to conquer the town and expand into new towns in the same area, holding small rallies, giving speeches in public spaces. And our new newspaper helps them a lot. Our new newspaper, we have a new newspaper that since March, you might have seen it, if not you have to buy it. Somebody show it there. Yeah. So since March we have a monthly newspaper and a newspaper with much more content. A paper that became the focal point of our whole organization, with advices on how to build a communist cell, how to fight against racism at your school, university, workplace, and so on. And this is reflected in the numbers of paper cells. We doubled the paper cells, or the number of copies from our paper from 1,000 to 2,000. And this, our paper is basically sold out in most of our branches. Our comrades are really inspired what is happening in the international. And we saw the same condition in Germany as in other countries, so we decided to launch the Revolutionary Communist Party. And I think one example shows that we are not simply copying other sections because it's fashionable. In one town last year, the comrades kind of stagnated and couldn't find any contacts. They took the decision to intensively discuss the role of the paper, holding a cadre school. And after the discussion, at the same time, the very first edition of our new newspaper was launched. The comrades were prepared, intervened on a Friday for Future demonstration, and had a record sale. This showed them in practice what they were discussing in theory before. However, not everyone was convinced that we also need to found the RCP. And they weren't convinced by mere arguments. They needed to see in practice that everywhere are people who are looking for a revolutionary party. Actually, one comrade said, if our main focus now is to stand out as communists, wherever we are, we should go into bars because that's where I hang out. And you know, they found a lot of people who were really interested in our paper. And this really convinced everyone that the objective conditions to build the RCP are there. And the only limiting factor is our subjective role. We are a very young section in age and experience. Most of our comrades joined in the last 2 years, many even just 1 year ago. And I think we are maybe one of the youngest delegation here at the World Conference. But our comrades are really enthusiastic and dedicated. Many comrades have stepped up, taking leading roles. And for example, one comrade that joined 3 years ago, he's only 19 now. He said, I want to devote my life for the socialist revolution. And he is now a full-timer with a lot of dedication and seriousness. And he's just one example. You can see there's a thirst for theory in our young comrades. They really want to understand the world. Actually, one comrade, before he joined us, he read a lot of economic works. But he wasn't really satisfied until his father gave him The Capital from Karl Marx. They want to understand the world to overthrow capitalism. And this makes me personally really confident that our target of 500 comrades for the founding congress of the German RCP in November is not just a dream. With the right approach, which we discussed in the last days, and the enthusiasm of our comrades, we will have 500 class fighters in Germany in November that are fighting for the world revolution, socialist revolution.
Before I call Adam Pal, there's a couple of announcements. The whispers need to be returned to the following people at the end of the session. The Spanish whispers need to be returned to Mariana. Will you know her? The Italian ones to Amadeo. Who's Amadeo? Okay, Amadeo. The German ones to Carla. And the French ones to Clement. Over there, okay? Again, checkout tomorrow is before 10 a.m. And now we're gonna take, if they are ready, where is Joe Russell? It's not ready? Okay, we're not taking. Oh, Stan's taking it. The raffle of the British section. I'll tell you a little story. Last year, the British section raffled an NUM minor strike commemorative plate. And, no, wait. And then a Brazilian comrade won it. So then in the autumn, I went to the Brazilian Congress, and the same plate was raffled again. So I'm not too sure whether this is the same plate or another one. They call it the velocity of circulation of plates.
I can't guarantee it isn't the same plate.
Careful, don't break.
But Hamid, do you want to draw the number?
158. 158. This is insider business. Insider trading.
Congratulations.
If you see this plate being raffled again next year, you know where it comes from. Adam Pal will be followed by Ezru from the Italian section.
Comrades, in Pakistan we are also launching a Revolutionary Communist Party. We already have achieved membership of more than 700, and we have 70 branches spread across all parts of the country. And now we have launched the campaign for the founding conference of the Revolutionary Communist Party in Pakistan, which will be held around December. And we will hold meetings, open discussions, agitational activities, and many more for the founding conference. And we achieved to target of more than 1,000 members till then. And comrades might know that in Pakistan section we had developed our frontal work a lot in last 8-10 years. We had a separate front for the workers called Red Workers Front and a separate front for the youth work. And these fronts helped us a lot to not only get this membership, but to have a huge political authority and to intervene in agitations. But now we are closing those fronts and moving towards only a party work and the RCP work. We had a debate in our CC meeting a few weeks ago, and it was unanimously decided to go for this decision. And there was discussion that the frontal work is also important, but eventually it was decided to close every front and just focus on the party work, recruitments, branch meetings, paper sale, and all other organizational work. Some comrades might have been sad at these decisions because they were doing a lot of work in the fronts. But one female young comrade came on the stage and said that it is not ending of the front work, but it is a new generation. It is like a bud disappearing in a blossom, in a flower. And both seem contradictory, but these are moments of the same organic unity, and one is as necessary as the other. Just like we can also say that a bud of IMT has blossomed into a flower now. We are also changing the name of our monthly paper. And the next issue will be the last issue of Workernama. After that, we will have a communist monthly paper in Urdu language. We are already having communist book stalls in many cities in the country, and we are getting a good response from students and workers. Comrades are also intervening in many movements across the country and are playing a very important role in all these movements. Recently, there was a huge movement in Pakistani held Kashmir in which around 4 million people were mobilized, and it was a successful movement in the end, which was against price hike in electricity and wheat flour. Movement continued for more than 1 year, and in that 1 year there were many agitations, protests, demonstrations of thousands of people in different cities across Kashmir. They were not paying electricity bills, they were being attacked, and our comrades' whole organization participated with full enthusiasm in this movement. Ruling class used every tactic to suppress the movement and to sow divisions inside the people, and arrests and crackdown, and using all political parties against the movement. But in the end, it was a big victory. Final battle was held between 9th of May and 13th of May, in which around 500,000 people traveled to the main capital city of Muzaffarabad and defeated every attacks of the ruling class, including firing by the paramilitary forces and many repressive attacks. In the last 5 days, we saw that everything in Kashmir was like upside down. Everything turned upside down. Those who were considered oppressed, those who were considered useless people, they were ruling every street, every corner of that all 10 districts of Pakistani Kashmir. Whole state apparatus, police, paramilitary forces were up in the air, and there was no one to stop the people for achieving their aims. All the ministers had ran away. And even our comrades could feel that even our demands are very small, and we could have achieved much more if we had a huge organization and a strong revolutionary party here. In this movement, our comrades play a key role in developing this movement, in intervention, in giving it political leadership, political analysis and perspectives. Every other party, left, right, center, was against this movement and was trying to sabotage this movement in one way or other. Our comrades initiated this movement, was very heavily involved in the initial stages, and even at the final stage, they were there when the last victory was achieved. This has raised huge political authority of our comrades in Kashmir, and we are looking forward to big gains in the coming period. We already have achieved 100 membership in Kashmir, and we are looking forward to double this in the coming months. And in August, we will have a communist school in Kashmir, and we will invite everyone who was involved in the movement to come and attend the communist school in Kashmir and become part of those debates and discussions, and for the rally that will announce the launch of the Communist Party. Our comrade, there was another huge movement in Gilgit-Baltistan, which is another northern area place in, controlled by Pakistan. And there was also a huge movement against the price hike of wheat flour, and around 200,000 to 300,000 were mobilized there against the state repression in February. The main leader of the movement was our comrade, who led the movement successfully and defeated all the tactics and maneuvers of the Pakistani state and ruling class. And I am not exaggerating here that if our comrade had not been in the leadership, this movement would not have been successful. This is without any exaggeration, and anybody in Gilgit-Baltistan can confirm this. And this has raised our political authority huge, and similarly in Kashmir we played an important role. We are intervening in a movement of public sector workers, and there were hundreds of thousands public sector workers mobilized in last 6 months or so against privatization and attacks on pensions and wages. We have intervened in the movements of other oppressed nationalities, whether they are Baloch, Pashtun, or from other sections of society. We are intervening in the struggle of industrial workers, and for example, the last May Day, we hold activities in more than 30 cities across countries under our own banner. And with all these activities, with all these operators spread across the country, we are confident that with the launch of the Revolutionary Communist Party, we can achieve new milestones. And we understand that our final milestone is to achieve a socialist transformation, a socialist revolution in Pakistan. But before achieving that, before that, we have to achieve that milestone, that we need to get a firm belief that this revolution can be achieved and it is possible. The comrades who were intervening in the movement in Kashmir actually got that firm belief from that movement and from their own ideas that a revolution is possible in these countries or in any country on the world. Trotsky said in his History of Russian Revolution that before a revolution erupts on streets and in industrial areas, it first comes in the blood of the people, in the veins. They can feel a revolutionary change emerging. And when comrades intervened in the movement in Kashmir, they could feel that emotion, that could feel a glimpse of that, what a revolution could be in those 5 days when they were fighting with the state and millions of people were mobilizing and everything was changed. Four million people were acting like a family, and they were helping each other with lodging of thousands of people was possible. The food to serve to 500,000 people was very easily possible, and all other logistics, transport was provided by everyone. So everyone was acting like a family, and they were emptying their rooms and offering it to the people doing the long march. Comrades said that it appeared that if we had told the people at that time to move these mountains a little places other, they could say, okay, we can do it easily. Such was the will and determination of people at that time that the whole apparatus of state, the brutal military power and other state machinery looked a very tiny thing, just like a mosquito, which people could have swabbed it like anything. And this electrified the comrades there, this electrified every person there. And even after the victory of this movement, there have been new protests emerging for other demands, for other gains in the society, and people are demanding for more. Even many people have asked, where is the party, where is the revolutionary party which can lead us towards even much bigger gains? And we have provided the answer that here is the party, here is the revolutionary leadership, here is the Revolutionary Communist International, which is going to give all those ideas, the correct methods and leadership that these movements need, these movements lack, and they will find it in this leadership to move towards the final goal, to overthrowing capitalism. And these sentiments are not just in Kashmir, and everyone in Pakistan could see what has happened in Kashmir. Everyone can feel that. There is a debate in every home, in every street in Pakistan, that what people in Kashmir has achieved, we need to achieve. We have to come out on streets and fight against this ruling class, against all the brutality they are oppressing the people of Pakistan. And this is that one thing which people were lacking, that I see that is a huge historical moment, which is the birth of a Revolutionary Communist International. Not only in Pakistan, but in Palestine, in every other place on this planet where people are dying with hunger, with misery and disease, and are looking for a miracle, something to happen that could bring them out of this misery, this bloodbath, this slaughter. And we tell those people that this miracle has happened, this miracle is born, and this is here, this is the Revolutionary Communist International. And this miracle has not fallen from the sky, but it has emerged from the ground, from the hearts of the people, from the hands of all those revolutionaries who are working in different countries around the world. And from this will spread like to the every corner of this planet, to every vein of this planet Earth, and will go to the bowels of society to overthrow capitalism, to fight the tyranny, to fight the oppression. And this international will be like the heart pumping this energy, this enthusiasm, these ideas to every corner of the world, and fight against capitalism and forward to a world socialist revolution to end all kind of oppression, all kind of humiliation for the humanity. Hunger, poverty, and disease should be ended. Long live RCI, long live revolutionary communist parties in every planet of the earth, long live working class, workers of the world unite.
Ezra from Italy will be followed by Alex from Brazil.
Comrades, the Italian section is at a turning point. Today we have 556 comrades. In only a year we had a growth of more than 130 comrades. This growth is the result of the focus we put toward the youth, and now we have 166 students in high school and 132 in universities. For years we have been discussing about the crisis of capitalism and the betrayals of reformism and the consequences of these on the consciousness. And now we clearly see the crystallization of that process in a layer which is looking for communist ideas. The result we achieved confirmed that Ario Communist campaign was not only a temporary campaign, but the response to a qualitative change of the consciousness of what we called the golden layer, la jeunesse dorée. Not only, it is the prelude of a new phase of more definition of who we are and what we stand for. And this is more necessary today than ever before. On the basis of the political vacuum left by the erosion of communist tradition, by the responsibility of Stalinism. In the general crisis this generation has lived since they were born, Italy is one of the weakest links in the chain of capitalism. Precarity, state cuts, low wages, deaths on workplace are a promise for no future for this generation. Under this system, of course. That's why the horror we're seeing in Palestine soon got connected with the masses in Italy. We had massive demonstrations for Palestine all around Italy. These demos were an expression of a more generalized feeling of hate against institutions and imperialism. Meloni's government, which far from being a factor of stability, is one of instability, responded to this anger combining repression and censure. These spread in the students more anger and the determination to fight back the provocations. In addition to the police repression, that government indirectly also endorsed fascist attacks that were fought back by the determination of the young people. We intervened in these demonstrations with our papers, and in April, for example, we doubled our goal sales for the paper, and also funding about the fight funding, and a specific pamphlet on Palestinian struggle. And actually we sold more than 800 copies of that pamphlet. We organized meetings in all the high school where we are. We discussed with these students about the history of the Palestinian struggles, intifadas, traditions, and we had really great discussions. Most of these discussions started from the point that the responsible for the genocide are our imperialists, the same who are constantly attacking youth and workers, and our interlocutors were and are looking for a deeper explanation of the roots of the issue and why is this massacre going on, and above all, how to build a response to the horror that this system offers them. We are the only ones who to offer that. One of the highest points of mobilization was on 24 February, when a national demo in solidarity with Palestine was organized. We participated in it with a block calling for Intifada until victory. And we were the only ones to bring, in addition to our comrades and sympathizers, the workers of various companies with their union banners and flags, even if their union leadership wasn't there. Our block was the most attractive for the energy and the ideas we were spreading. Also, we published an appeal as trade union militants addressed to the CGIL, the main union in Italy, to take a clear stand in defense of the Palestinian people. The appeal to the union met with success, especially because many workers experienced the union's silence on the Palestinian tragedy with great discomfort. Comrade Noemi already spoke about the encampments movement in Italy and the pernicious role of Stalinist and reformist youth organization who never wanted to raise the political and organizational level of the occupations, isolating themselves from the mass of students. Although we firmly intervened in more than 14 cities, bringing our ideas and methods. When we organized a national online discussion with the American comrades, The bureaucracy of the movement tried to boycott it. But the genuine students came massively, with light in their eyes. More than 600 students attended this event. All over the country, of course. I have to say that even those who tried to boycott us attended the event, but hidden behind the walls. Some comrades saw them. The work done in the last years has changed the face of the organization, with a lowering of the average age of the comrades. We prepared this growth by training a large layer of these young comrades that are now in leading positions, and our plan is to engage 6 new full-timers in the next year to sustain this growth. Our task is to involve every single comrade in an active role of responsibility. We need to educate ourselves for deeper comprehension of the world and develop the ability to explain the necessity for communism, starting from the concrete situations that masses are facing. Our task is to collect the legacy of Ted Grant, who managed to bring till to us the unbroken thread of Bolshevism during several battles with the leaders of the Fourth International. So we'll discuss about that and about the history of our international at the National Youth Camping we're holding in September. This will be a starting point in order to prepare our comrades and to launch the campaign for the Revolutionary Communist Party in Italy, il Partito Comunista Rivoluzionario. It will be an intense campaign in every street, in every school, in every factory that we can reach. We have to find the communists that are out there. Our goal is to reach 700 comrades for the next Congress. We can do it, and we can even do more. But we have to consolidate them. We have to pay attention to our education and also to our education to educate new comrades. The proletariat already paid a lot for the incapacity of the proletarian leadership. But this is the generation that will raise up the banner of communism and build it in our lifetime. So, you are all invited to Rome in the 23rd November, when we launch il Partito Comunista Rivoluzionario, which will be the instrument with it the Italian proletariat can liberate and can free itself. Long live the Revolutionary Communist International. Long live the Revolutionary Communist Party. Viva il Partito Comunista Rivoluzionario. Thank you, comrades.
Buenas tardes, camaradas.
Good afternoon, comrades.
Como ha dicho Hamid, en Brasil hemos tenido un crecimiento de 66% desde julio del año pasado.
As Hamid said, we've had a growth of 66% since summer last year.
Este avance es fruto principalmente de la campaña Eres Comunista.
And this growth has been the product mostly of the AYAC campaign.
La búsqueda de la juventud por el comunismo también está presente en Brasil.
The youth in Brazil is also looking for communism.
Aún más porque tuvimos un presidente de extrema derecha,
Furthermore, because we had a far-right president,
Bolsonaro, que llamaba a todos sus enemigos de comunistas.
who would brand all his enemies as communists.
Entonces, gracias Bolsonaro,
So thank you, Bolsonaro,
porque ha traído una juventud, una parcela grande de juventud al comunismo.
because you've pushed a big layer of the youth towards communism.
Así como otras secciones de nuestra internacional,
As has happened in other sections of the international,
decidimos cambiar nuestro nombre para conectarse con la radicalización de la juventud.
we decided to change our name to connect with the radicalization of the youth.
Somos ahora la Organización Comunista Internacionalista.
We are now the Internationalist Communist Organization.
Y cambiamos también el nombre de nuestro periódico,
We also changed the name of the paper,
que ahora se llama El Comunismo.
which is now called Communism.
Y que para atraer más la juventud, todas las páginas son en color.
And to attract the youth, all the pages are colored.
Hay ahora en Brasil un gobierno de unidad nacional,
In Brazil, we have a national unity government,
el gobierno Lula.
the Lula government.
Los trabajadores han votado en Lula para derrotar al Bolsonaro.
Workers voted for Lula to defeat Bolsonaro.
Pero este gobierno mantiene todos los ataques de los gobiernos anteriores
But this government is continuing its anti-worker policy, the policies of the previous governments.
y realiza otros ataques más contra la juventud y la clase obrera.
And it is launching new attacks against the youth and the working class.
En este momento no hay grandes manifestaciones de masa en Brasil.
There are no big demonstrations in Brazil right now.
Las direcciones sindicales juegan un papel para bloquear la voluntad de lucha de la base.
Because the trade union leaderships are acting as a brake to the will to struggle of the rank and file.
Pero el proceso molecular de la revolución sigue desarrollando.
But the molecular process of revolution is still taking place.
Huelgas de maestros y funcionarios públicos están creciendo.
Strikes of teachers and public sector workers are developing.
Algunas con la base entrando en shock con la dirección.
We sometimes see the grassroots clashing with the leadership.
Hay una campaña surgida espontáneamente por la internet
There is a spontaneous campaign that has spread across the internet,
que se llama Vida Además del Trabajo,
which is called Life Beyond Work,
que lucha por la reducción de la jornada laboral.
which is fighting for a shorter working week.
En pocos meses ha conseguido más de 1 millón de asignaturas de firmas en una petición pública dirigida al Congreso Nacional.
In a few months, it got 1 million signatures for a petition to Parliament.
Nosotros estamos en la coordinación nacional de este movimiento
We form part of the national coordinating body of this movement,
y nuestros militantes hacen esta campaña en los lugares de trabajo con la presencia mayoritaria de la juventud.
and our comrades are taking this campaign to workplaces with the involvement of the youth,
Para abrir nuevos contactos,
to find new contacts.
combinándola con la campaña Eres Comunista.
And we are connecting this with the AYAC campaign.
En los últimos días de esta semana hubieron manifestaciones importantes en diferentes ciudades de Brasil.
Last week, big protests broke out in a number of big cities
A partir de una amenaza del Congreso Nacional de aprobar una ley que iguala la mujer que realiza el aborto
to protest against a new draft law that would equate abortion.
alguien que comete un homicidio.
Yes, it would equate abortion with murder.
Podendo hacer con que la mujer que hace un aborto a ter una condena de hasta 20 años de cárcel.
So women who abort would face as many as 20 years in prison.
Nuestra perspectiva es que va a tener una intensificación de la lucha de clases en Brasil.
Our perspective is that the class struggle will intensify in Brazil.
Para este escenario estamos nos preparando.
And we are preparing ourselves for this perspective.
Nuestra organización creció,
Our organization grew,
pero podemos crecer más.
but we can grow further.
Después de este salto cuantitativo,
After this quantitative leap,
necesitamos de un nuevo desarrollo cualitativo.
we need a qualitative transformation.
O sea, la consolidación y formación teórica y política de los nuevos militantes que hemos ganado.
That is, to consolidate and train up politically and ideologically the new comrades.
Educándoles en la teoría marxista
To educate them in Marxist theory
y con la experiencia en la acción en la lucha de clases.
and train them in actual practical experience in the class struggle.
Para que esta juventud que hemos ganado mire el mundo con los ojos de la clase obrera.
And to educate this youth to see the world through the eyes of the working class.
Así vamos a formar una nueva capa de cuadros.
This is how we will train up a new layer of cadres.
Acá, para esta Escuela Mundial Conferencia, tuvimos 530 inscriptos de Brasil para seguir en línea.
530 people signed up in Brazil to follow this school online.
Estamos organizando hoy la transmisión colectiva en 8 ciudades de Brasil.
And we're having watch parties in 8 Brazilian cities.
Realizamos una escuela de cuadros nacional en noviembre pasado
We held a national cadre school last November
que discutió el marxismo y la guerra
where we discussed Marxism and war
y el papel histórico del stalinismo y las tentativas de revivirlo hoy.
and the historical role of Stalinism and the attempts to revive it today.
En noviembre también realizamos un importante acto contra las guerras imperialistas
In November, we also held an important event against imperialist war,
en Ucrania y Palestina,
the wars in Ukraine and Palestine,
convocado conjuntamente con el Partido Comunista Brasileiro Reconstrucción Revolucionaria.
that we called jointly with the Brazilian Communist Party Revolutionary Reconstruction.
La organización que fue formada por los expulsados de manera burocrática por la dirección del Partido Comunista Brasileño.
The organization that was set up by those who had been expelled bureaucratically by the leadership of the Brazilian Communist
Y
Party,
que tiene Iván Pinheiro,
where Iván Pinheiro which Iván Pinheiro is part of.
y que envió un saludo para nuestra conferencia mundial que hemos anunciado en primer día.
The comrade who sent greetings as was mentioned on the first day.
Iván Pinheiro es uno de los dirigentes de esta organización.
Iván Pinheiro is one of the leaders of this organization.
Vamos a realizar un campamento de la juventud en octubre,
We'll hold a youth camp in October,
que está centrado en retomar el legado político y teórico de Lenin,
which will have as its focus to reclaim the political and theoretical legacy of Lenin.
Estoy seguro que vamos a tener nuevos avances en la construcción de la Organización Comunista Internacionalista.
I am sure we will make big advances in the building of the Communist Internationalist Organization,
La sección brasileña de la Internacional Comunista Revolucionaria.
the Brazilian section of the Revolutionary Communist International.
Este paso audaz que estamos decidiendo hoy
This bold step that we are taking today,
para que seamos el núcleo para reconstruir una internacional revolucionaria con influencia de masas.
so that we become the core for the rebuilding of a revolutionary international that has an influence among the masses,
El Partido Internacional de la Revolución.
the World Party of Revolution.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I think we can agree to send greetings from the RCI founding conference to the newly established Revolutionary Communist Party of Brazil, this organization that we have fraternal relations with. And without any further ado,
well, comrades, what a great end to a great week. Yeah, I mean, all the comrades spoke very, very well. I won't comment on everything. But there was one thing I think that stood out, which I think all sections should note, which was the Swedish summer offensive. I don't know if you've seen the Swedish paper. It's a very nice paper. They have this kind of invasion map where they've designated which towns and villages and so on that the different branches are going to conquer over the summer. And I think all sections should consider introducing the same idea. Now, I received a question by comrade, what was it? Walter from Sweden. He said, how do we educate the new comrades and how do we find time for it? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? But I think that's a very good question. You know, we did pass a resolution at last year's World Congress, which is called The Power of Ideas. And it's precisely about that question. We circulated it before this event. And I think if any branch has not read it and thoroughly discussed it, they should do so in the next period. But to give a brief answer, when we get a new comrade in, of course, we give them tasks. We give them a field of work, something they can get engaged in. And we make sure they're building the organization, selling the paper, finding contacts, going to contact meetings. And then you have the secret ingredient. Don't tell this to anyone. Then you talk with them. You spend time with them. You call them. And you listen to them. And you listen to their questions. And then you patiently answer them one by one. There was a Greek philosopher, Plutarch. He said that the mind is not a vessel to be filled. It's a fire to be kindled. Which means what? Which means you can't stuff the comrade's brain with information and ideas. I know you've all done that. I've done it. But it doesn't work. You can't push comrades to read. You can't force them to read. That's what happens when comrades set up reading groups. Often they set up the reading group for the wrong reason. Is to force people to read, to make them feel responsible. Well, that feels like homework, and nobody likes homework. Well, some people do like homework, but I don't like homework. And you can't tell them to read theory either. You know, you have comrades saying theory is very important because it explains everything. And if we study theory, we'll know a lot of things. That's empty. You know, Alan explained how Marx wrote that he didn't want to write a preface to his Capital. And Hegel made the same point. He said you can't preface philosophy because that means undermining the ideas. No, you have to give the comrades the ideas. So instead of telling them about theory, you should just give them theory. And you start with what people are interested in. Often you see comrades start with what people are not very good at. And it feels overwhelming. But you have to start with what people get joy out of. And then you support them and you feed them articles and so on. And you light that fire. And you inspire them with ideas. But if you want to inspire people with ideas, you also need to be inspired yourself. Which means you need to think. You need to prepare yourself politically. Before every branch meeting. Before every contact meeting. Before every talk you have, conversation you have with a comrade. You need to make sure you're not just going on autopilot. That you're thinking, oh, what interesting angle or what interesting idea can I convey in this brief moment? And then drip by drip, you don't fill the cup, but you light that fire. Mixed metaphors here. But that means a constant inner struggle with yourself to push yourself beyond your current knowledge. That's the key to education. If you're inspired, you inspire people around you. And then they will go and read, and they will read much, much more than you can ever stuff them and force them to read in a reading group. Now, it was a series of points that were made, which I thought was, I thought about it as I was listening to this. And I think, sometimes we kind of sleepwalk a little bit. Many people have said revolutionaries can be the most conservative. I was listening to the reports that Comrade Laura gave from the US. These incredible workplace reports. These factory exposures, that's essentially what it is, that Lenin talked about. I don't know if it's been sent out in the bulletin or not, but we should definitely write up this experience and send it out to all the comrades. And then I heard Florian talking about the school students. A comrade turns up with some leaflets about Palestine. He's overwhelmed by school students. So much that the police comes and break up this illegal protest. And then I hear and read the anecdotes coming from the election campaign in London. This is just a couple of the quotes. It says, one person says, "Why are we spending millions on wars across the pond when kids are dying here? What is the UK spending? 1 million per kid killed." And someone else says, "I work for the NHS. We work like dogs and we don't get anything. They give what they like to Ukraine and to Israel, but they don't see what's happening here." And comrades tell me that it's far from obviously everyone who opened the door when we knock, people are not home or whatever. But of those who actually respond, like open the door, around half of them are highly sympathetic to us. Now, what does all this tell us? We always talk about, yes, there's a huge vacuum, but are we actually thinking about how huge this vacuum is? You know, we talk about, someone labeled them the golden layer. The people who see themselves as communists. But comrades, there's an even bigger layer who do not see themselves as communists yet. What we need to learn is to connect our ideas with them. And we're not able to do that yet. Which means that we need to learn to listen to them, to hear their complaints, but we also need to learn their language, which is not our language yet, in order that we can connect our ideas with them. And if we manage that, then we're talking about a completely different league of development than what we've experienced even in the past year. And there's another lesson here. You know, we have to teach ourselves to feel the mood. And what's the feeling we get from these reports? It's that in every single country, underneath the surface, there is a revolutionary mood brewing. And something huge, something big is being prepared. We don't know how and when, in which forms it's going to express itself. But we know that when it comes, the whole world will be turned upside down. And I think, what was it, the comrade from France, what was her name? I forgot the name. Sibyl. Said it very well. She said this generation will not wait for us. I think hearing these reports, we really have, you know, we talk about a sense of urgency, and we can say it with a complete lack of urgency. We are in a race against time, comrades, because we need to prepare our forces for when this movement comes, when this tsunami arrives. That must be the top priority for every section, every branch, and every comrade. We need to take this very seriously. Because the work that we do now, right now, will completely decide the opportunities that we will have in the next period. 1 to 1, or rather 1 to 100,000. If it's a completely different thing to face a revolution with a few hundred comrades, or with 5 or 10,000. And it's not just to have the members, we need to have the cadres. One of the comrades asked a very, very good question, a comrade from Canada, Jacob, I think his name. He said, oh, we talk about cadres, but no one actually knows what a cadre is. I think that's a very, very good question. We should refrain from just throwing around these words. But in military terms, what is a cadre? That's where it comes from. It's the skeleton of the army, which is empty in peacetime, but which is composed of officers at all levels who can train up a unit independently, who can train them up and lead them into battle independently. That must be the goal of every single comrade that we recruit. To conquer the basics of Marxism and to learn our organizational principles and to throw themselves into the different struggles and to different fields of work and learn to connect with the workers and youth that are coming towards us. And the final point I wanted to make, I was thinking yesterday to myself, I know a lot of people who are not communists, and one thing I see in all of them is this perpetual feeling of frustration, alienation, and not really having any disorientation. And they go from one thing to another, trying to find happiness some way, but it always kind of escapes them. And I realize, I mean, maybe a lot of comrades have realized this. I've realized this many times, but you always realize it on a deeper level, I guess. We are extremely lucky to have a guiding principle that gives us insight. That gives us insight into the way that the world works. You know, Hegel said that an ignorant man is not free because what confronts him is an alien world. But we're not confronted by an alien world. We feel at home in the world because we understand it and we realize what's necessary. And that's what gives us our energy. And it gives us an unparalleled advantage over everyone else in this society. It's a guiding principle that allows us to go about the world with a deep sense of belonging. Belonging to the world, belonging to an international organism which works across the planet with the same principle, belonging to the general course of history which has brought humanity to this fateful moment, belonging to the traditions of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky, who carry the seeds of a future society, and which is now the seed that we carry in this organization. And I want to end with a quote by Trotsky on the founding of the Fourth International. It's a bit long, but I think it's worth it. He says, "The great events which rush upon mankind will not leave any of these outlived organizations one stone upon another. Only the Fourth International looks with confidence at the future. It is the World Party of Socialist Revolution. There never was a greater task on the earth, and upon every one of us rests a tremendous historical responsibility. Our party demands each of us totally and completely. Let the Philistines hunt their own individuality in empty space. For the revolutionary to give himself entirely to the party signifies finding himself. Yes, our party takes each one of us wholly. But in return, it gives every one of us the highest happiness. The consciousness that one participates in the building of a better future, that one carries on his shoulders a particle of the fate of mankind, and that one's life will not have been lived in vain. The fidelity to the cause of the toilers requires from us the highest devotion to our international party. The party, of course, can also be mistaken. By common effort, we will correct its mistakes. In its ranks can penetrate unworthy elements. By common effort, we will eliminate them. New thousands who will enter its ranks tomorrow will probably be deprived of necessary education. By common effort, we will elevate their revolutionary level. But we will never forget that our party is now the greatest lever of history. Separated from this lever, every one of us is nothing. With this lever in hand, We are all. Thank you, comrades.
Bandiera rossa, avanti o popolo. Bandiera rossa trionferà. Bandiera rossa la che trionferà. Bandiera rossa la che trionferà. Bandiera rossa la che trionferà. Que viva el comunismo e la libertà. Okay, comrades. I will say that the feeling of the room is clear, but still I think it's worth taking an actual vote. After a week of discussions, after many months of discussing the manifesto of the RCI, in hundreds of meetings in dozens of countries across the world, after voting the RCI manifesto, which is our guiding principles and statement of ideas at the beginning of this week, the time has now come to formally vote on the launching, on the founding of the Revolutionary Communist International. So, wait. I think I'll take delegates and visitors all together. So can I see all those in favor of founding the Revolutionary Communist International? Anyone against? Any abstentions? Okay, comrades, that's unanimous. We have an international. In a sense, this is the culmination of work, but it's also the beginning of more work in the next period. And now we have a number of announcements. Number one, the social tonight is at 9 p.m. in this room. Get ready for the singing. I know there's some comrades who've been rehearsing and there might be some surprises. We also have a wide range of items in the lost and found, which I will repeat. Huawei earphones. Not sure what this is. Seems to be like an external hard drive. The keys for room 207. Anti-fascist pin. The keys for someone's house. Hair clip, green. Some sunshades. I think this is an Apple Mac cable, USB cable for charging. And this is the most surprising thing we've ever been handed. Someone found in the toilets at the back a 50-euro note. Yes.
It looks like no. It looks like mine.
Okay. I mean, if no one claims it, it goes to the collection. Is it yours, really? No, okay, well then it's not yours. What's that? Okay. Oh, 50 euros for the Sri Lankan comrades, very good. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a few other things I need to announce. There's some more updated figures for the collection. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. The total figure for the collection as of now is 21 cents. And okay. Before I say the total figure, this includes an additional donation of 10 euros from Mexico and 100 from Yugoslavia. Okay, so the total figure is now 488,930 euros. Oh, there's also another item of lost and found, is a half ring, silver. Okay. Now, yeah, there's another thing we need to go through is the raffle of the Mexican section, the Lenin and Trotsky raffle. Okay.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your collaboration to the Mexican section. And well, let's go.
Tom Wood from Britain.
Before I call Alan to give his closing remarks, there is something we need to do, and that is to give thanks to everyone who's made this magnificent event possible. And that includes the Italian comrades who have worked for weeks and in some cases months to secure the venue, organize the logistics, and many other tasks. The full-timers of the International Center who have also been working on the technical side, on the registration, on preparing the website, preparing the venue, and all the other details. Sorry? Oh, apparently Comrade Silas from Denmark played a key technical role in that kind of preparation. Everyone, all the translators who did a magnificent job and allowed this to be followed by many different countries. All the comrades who chaired the meetings, the comrades who worked at the bar in the evening in the shifts, the many comrades who didn't know had any skills but became sound engineers and streaming technicians overnight. All the comrades who prepared lead-offs and interventions made this an excellent, very high-level political meeting. And everyone who attended here and at home through watch parties in many different countries. So if everything is ready, I'd like to call Alan to give his closing remarks to this excellent meeting.
How much?
50 in total.
50, 50?
50, if you want them. It's because Hamid spoke shorter than originally.
He's a scoundrel. Right. So, I am now informed that I have an infinite amount of time to speak.
Bad mistake.
I thought I had 5 minutes. Well, anyway, Einstein does say that time is relative. That's not my experience, however. Now then, I think it is superfluous for me to say that this has been a really outstanding conference. And I say that as one that in the course of my long and eventful life, I've been to many conferences in many countries. Some of them were quite inspiring. But I can honestly tell you that I have never in my life seen such an inspirational meeting as this one. And that fills me, as it should fill every one of you, with colossal confidence in the future of our organization. This is an entirely new beginning. With this conference, this historic conference, we now have closed decisively the early embryonic phase of development of this tendency. That's finished. And we now enter into a very new and very exciting stage. You see that in Britain. And what's the real significance of this marvelous report that was given from Britain? For the first time ever in our history, we are now engaged in a direct dialogue with the masses. Something which just a few years ago would have seemed to be beyond our reach, it would seem to be impossible. But here we are. right in the center of attraction of British politics, and even many other countries, we are arriving at the same position. And in the British case, as you all know, it began, the decisive turning point was this famous interview of a relatively young comrade, by the way, Fiona. I mean, she is experienced. She's a trained comrade. And that's the importance of training. I'll come back to that perhaps later on. But she was interviewing this, how shall I characterize her without falling into the cardinal sin of political incorrectness? With great difficulty. She is generally considered to be an extreme right-wing, the most extreme right-wing politician in Britain. But I think that's a little bit unkind. She actually stands a little bit to the left of Genghis Khan. With apologies to that great Mongolian leader. He's quite a clever chap, really, in his own murdering way. But what really struck a chord with millions of people, literally millions, is how is it possible for a young girl, because she is a young girl, could absolutely destroy this experienced, polished, professional politician? She was completely destroyed, by the way. Actually, Ben Gliniewski was sitting in the next room, off camera, and in the same room there was Braverman's team of advisors, you know, the people that tell her what to say and what to think, and they were in a state of panic. They were saying things like, "We're losing it! We're losing it! This is going badly. We're not going to get this back again." And they were quite right. But you see, and I'll say this to you. You might not believe this, but I think it's true. Even the most inexperienced young comrade in our ranks that's been a member for a few months, you will find is on a higher level than even the most polished bourgeois politician. That's a fact. But, of course, there are lessons. There are lessons. And by the way, I think communists now, they're looking towards Britain and they, well, what a marvelous place Britain is. It must be great. The people must be great. Well, the Welsh are great, it's true. I can't speak for the rest. They're all right. But what you must remember, what you don't know, not so long ago, the British section passed through a very, very difficult phase. Very difficult. And frankly, was not in if I'm to be honest about it, was not in a particularly good state. Not so long ago, I remember that. And yet it was all turned around, gradually turned around, and any section can be turned around. And any problem can be solved if we put our mind to it. But you see, revolutionary politics is a science and an art. Strategy, perspectives, that's a science. But tactics, my friends, is an art. It can't be learned from books either. It's something that comes from experience, and above all, it's the character of the people, the alertness, the decision. And I've noticed something in the last few months, the reports that I'm getting, is that the best, most active recruiters are not the older comrades, the experienced comrades at all. than the young, fresh people. Why is that? I'll tell you why. Because these young, fresh people have got something absolutely magical. The magical thing called enthusiasm. And Ted Grant used to say, with enthusiasm you can do anything. Without it you can do nothing. You know, sometimes some of the older comrades, with all due respect, they tend to lose a little bit of that fire, which you should never do, comrades. Never lose your fire, never lose your passion for any reason whatsoever. But of course, the art of politics is to always look for any opening, any possibility that offers itself. And possibilities can offer themselves very quickly, very unexpectedly. And you must grasp the opportunity with both hands. Don't hesitate, don't vacillate. You get stuck in. You seize the opportunity and exploit that opportunity for all that it's worth. That is what the British section has done. And you see the results. I won't dwell upon that. They've given marvelous examples. And I don't need to repeat those. But that's the name of the game. But, as I say, we've passed through the embryonic phase now. We're entering into a new phase. But as it was emphasized correctly in the last discussion, that does not mean, please comrades, pay attention, it does not mean that you can now throw the books out of the window, forget about theory, just practice, just activity. No, 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 no. And furthermore, no. That theory now, as somebody said, I think it was Hamid that said that, theory is more important now than what it was before. Because these young recruits, they have to be trained. Soldiers have to be trained, otherwise they're no good. As Zelensky's finding out to his cost. Poor chap, he's having hysterics, you know. Yes. But in any case, they must train the comrades. And by the way, there's no problem. You think these young kids are frightened of theory? They're not. On the contrary, I've seen marvelous proof. The other day, Rob Sewell showed me a letter, I've got it on my phone, I think, from a young kid, 12 years of age, begging to join the organization and saying, well, I'm a communist and I'm interested in the ideas and so on and so forth. See, the only problem is, perhaps my age might be an issue, you know. It's not, of course. It's not. We want young kids of 12 and 13 and 14. And they will be the best cadres and the best recruiting sergeants, believe me. But believe me in something else. Among these young people, there is a thirst for theory, a thirst for ideas, which only we can satisfy that thirst. You must do this with every enthusiasm. Encourage them to reading. The comrades who know me well enough. Somebody I haven't seen for a long time. First question, what are you reading now? Am I right? Geordie, am I right or am I right? He's nodding. You can't see he's nodding. I'm right, of course. You're right. Am I right? Yeah, there we are. I ask him, am I right? And he passes. Your time is up. Right, leave it there. But you see, let's carry the discussion to a different plane, a necessary plane. We call ourselves communists. That must mean something. We call ourselves revolutionaries. That must mean quite a lot. But what is a revolution? What is it? You know. Now, you see, in order to answer that question, you would have to live through a revolution. In order to really understand what a profound, liberating experience it is for the masses. These downtrodden slaves and so on. It's a liberating experience. But there is a wonderful film, I think, most would have seen it, I think, called Spartacus. I think that's a wonderful film, by the way. And actually, I've studied this period in history. I wrote a book about it, as you know. I'll tell you something. That film is historically true. Very true. Even in details, it's true. Not to say that it copies exactly what is stated in the books. It doesn't. It doesn't. There are things in that film, many things in that film never happened. And yet they are true. I'll give you a case in point. There is a point where Spartacus is speaking to his companion, his wife, Verena, I think her name was. And he's just won a string of battles. By the way, what a great man Spartacus was. Karl Marx called him the most splendid chap in all of antiquity. Just imagine, a slave that was able to defeat, not once, but many times, to inflict defeats. Sorry, am I going too fast? To inflict defeats on the greatest on the greatest army on the planet, the Roman army. He defeated it. These slaves. You know, the Roman historians used to say that Spartacus, they didn't know much about it. They knew he was from Thrace, so he was probably a Bulgarian, I guess, or a Macedonian, I don't know, from Thrace. They said that he must have been some kind of royalty. He must have been a prince of a royal family or something, you know. I don't think so. But they had to say this, and his wife was supposed to be a magician. They had to say that. Because how on earth could our armies, the great armies of Rome, be defeated by mere slaves? Mere slaves can't defeat us. Impossible. Not impossible at all. One of the mistakes in the film, one of the things, it's an artistically true, but it's historically not true. You know, at the end of that, when the slaves were defeated, the ruling class always takes terrible revenge when a revolution is defeated. Terrible revenge. History, my friends, is full of defeated slave uprisings. Full of them. And every time that occurred, the ruling class shows no mercy, slaughters men, women, and children without giving it a second thought. You know. To spring forward to the Russian Revolution. Do you know the reason why the ruling class and why the historians show such bile and hatred and bitterness against Lenin and Trotsky? Why they accuse them of being drenched with blood, bloodthirsty monsters? Shall I tell you why? Because here, for the first and only time in history, apart from Spartacus, the slaves armed themselves and they fought back and they won. That's the reason for it. That's the reason for the hatred and the bile. Behind that is fear, fear, fear. As the Romans were terrified, the very idea, slaves can defeat our army. How is it possible? No, it must be magical powers involved. You know. No. Spartacus, at the end of that, they crucified, you know. Thousands of slaves were crucified all along the Appian Way. We're in the country now. This is Italy. Right along the Appian Way. Thousands. As a warning. Don't even think about this again. You know, it's not enough to destroy a revolution. It's not enough to defeat a revolution. You must crush it utterly. You must bury it under a mound of corpses and a mound of lies and slanders. That's the reason. That's the only reason. But the memory remains. And you see, the truth is, in the books, Spartacus was not crucified. He died a hero's death, fighting in the first line of struggle against terrible odds, and was cut down. When he tried to fight his way through to kill the general Crassus, and he was killed by the Romans. And when the Romans, the battlefield was full of dead bodies, Romans and slaves. When they examined the bodies of the slaves, you know what they found? All their wounds were in the front. All the slaves' wounds, not in the back. They never ran away. They never surrendered. Now, what a colossal inspiration that is. Yes, my friends, revolution is an inspiration. But to come back to my point, in that film, that great film, which you must see, there's one scene which I find particularly moving and particularly true. Spartacus is speaking to his wife, to his companion, Verena. And she said, well, aren't you happy? You won the battle. He said, no. We won the battle, yes. We won many battles. But we haven't really conquered what we want. What do you mean, she said? I can't read. Will you teach me to read? You know, that conversation, I'm 100% certain, never occurred. Never occurred. No, don't laugh. It never occurred, and it's a profound truth. It tells you more about the truth of Spartacus and the slaves and all the other uprisings than anything else you can read. Because a revolution is a profoundly liberating act, a real act of emancipation, where millions of people, ordinary men and women, rise above themselves in struggle, in common struggle, and they discover powers inside themselves they never knew existed. They cease to become slaves and begin to become free men and women. That's the meaning of a revolution. That's what it's about. That's what we're fighting for. Not just higher wages or better health and the rest, because of course we're in favor of those things too. But no, a revolution is much, much more than that. And I have satisfied myself. By the way, there's a wonderful expression by the English poet William Wordsworth. As a young man, he was present in the French Revolution, in the early stages, and he was carried away with it. And he wrote in his great poem, The Prelude, I wonder if the translators can handle this. He wrote a wonderful phrase. He said, bliss is joy. Bliss 'twas in that dawn to be alive. But to be young was very heaven. Words of William Wordsworth, who lived through this and felt it. That's what a revolution is. Years, along with many other old Bolsheviks. Now she was bent with age, and you see the suffering was etched on her face. And she wouldn't talk about the prison camps, of course. Wouldn't talk about things like that. But one time I only met her a couple of times. I asked her once, forgotten her name now, but it doesn't matter. Irina Ivanovna, whatever her name was. What was it like? What was the October Revolution? And you know, her face lit up. Really. Her face was transformed. You know, there's almost a light coming out of it. I said, oh, she said, you can't imagine what it was like. I can't describe it to you. And she used a Russian expression, which is difficult to translate, I think. Какой подъем, she said. But the word подъем is like a spiritual uplift of the whole people. Какой подъем. I hear that voice now. I see her face in front of me now. And then her face immediately changed. The old expression came back again. The old crushed old woman came back again, and she said in a voice of bitterness, not like now. Not like now. But you see, don't take my word for it. Don't take my word for it. The American ambassador in Paris, I think his name was Carlucci. I might be mistaken. I think that was right. He was alarmed. He went to see de Gaulle, de Gaulle, the strong man, President de Gaulle, with the armies at his disposal and so on. And he said, well, what's happening? What the hell? What's happening in France? You know what how de Gaulle answered? De Gaulle was depressed, and he said, it's all up, it's all finished. The game's up. In a few days, the communists will be in power. That's what he told Carlucci. And that was true. It ought to have been true. If it wasn't true, it was only because of one reason, and that was the betrayal of the leaders of the French Communist Party. That's all. That's all. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it on the streets of Paris. I saw it again in the streets of Lisbon. In 1975, I went there after the Portuguese Revolution. Whole streets full of a mass of people discussing politics on the street after 50 years of dictatorship. Suddenly people were free. You'd have a young man writing on a wall, student probably, writing a long manifesto on a wall with chalk. Hardly read his writing. Huge crowd would gather around to, what's he writing? What's this? What's this? And they'd be discussing. That's a revolution. And I saw it, of course, I experienced. And Anna, my dear comrade and companion, and, well, I'll say no more. Nobody will know what this international owes to Comrade Anna. But anyway, when we met in the underground conditions in Spain. Anna will remember. I don't know that maybe someone else. No, perhaps not. Time passes. That was a revolution. I tried to express that in a book which I wrote with Anna's help, called The Great Betrayal. If you haven't read it, read it. That tells you what a revolution's like. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, this was a revolution. I can't go into that. Read the book, you'll find out all about it. It's partly autobiographical, that book. But in any case, this is what we are fighting for. This is what when we say fighting, somebody asked this morning, what is a fighting organization, a fighting organization, a fighting party? Yeah, I don't know. One thing I'm certain of, however, we are in a war. Be sure of it. We're in a war. A class war. And there is no war more brutal and more savage and more inhuman than a war between the classes. Starting with Spartacus, going through the Paris Commune, all of it. A word of warning to you. If you've come here to vote for the setting up of a new international communist, that's a great thing, by the way. That's not a small thing. You're not coming here just to go through the motions, but, oh yes, all in favor, please show. No. No. You are committing yourself to a cause and to a life which will not be easy. If anyone here is looking for a quiet, easy life, I've got an awful piece of news for you. You have been born at the wrong time of history, my friend. This is not, not such a time. This is a time of ferocious class struggles, and very serious tests will come to us. You know. You talk about sacrifices and so on. I met many people who made sacrifices, real sacrifices. I once knew a communist, he was not a young man, in Pakistan. I think he was a Sindhi from Sindh. An old communist, and he was arrested by the police and taken to the fortress of Lahore and brutally tortured. Terrible. Inhuman tortures for weeks, months, I don't know how long. And when they got tired of torturing him, amusing themselves by torturing this poor man, he was then put in solitary confinement. Do you know what that means? Yeah, probably you think you do, you don't. That's like being buried alive. You're taken to a small stone cell. You receive, the guards will give you your food, such food there is, twice a day maybe. Not a single word is spoken to you. Imagine. It's like being in a grave, alive. I'll never forget what this man told me. He said, you know, this went on for years, not a few months. He said, there were some days I was hoping that they would open the door and take me out to the torture chamber to torture me so that I could hear a human voice. That is a sacrifice that him and many others have made like that. We don't ask you to do that kind of thing, not at the moment. But this is a serious question. This is a very serious question. And frankly, we've become a bit soft, you know, because of the last period, the advanced capitalist countries. A certain softness has crept into society, which I don't think is healthy. You know, people have become so sensitive now, sensitive souls, girls and boys in the universities. You dare not express, you can't call anybody anything for fear that it will damage their psyche or something like that. Send them straight to the nearest psychiatrist, you know. Oh, no, no. Politically incorrect. Oh, buck, 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 buck. Oh, I'm so sensitive. Oh, please, God. You know, Jesus Christ. Jesus is Christ. You know. Now, look, there are even places, what do they call them in the universities? They demand safe places, places you can feel comfortable.
Spaces.
Pardon?
Safe spaces.
Safe spaces. Safe places, safe spaces. He's into political correctness, this chap. What do I care? Okay. Time's up. He's a terrible man, you know. He is. But you see, safe spaces. Well, look, I'm very sorry to inform you, girls and boys, in this organization there's no safe spaces. And if you want to feel comfortable, you come to the wrong place. I don't want you to be comfortable at all. I want you to be uncomfortable. Good God. You know, this is a war. Get your heads around it. You know, and there's no room here for softness or nonsense of any sort. You've got to toughen up. You've got to understand that if you're genuine, you throw free, oh, we're a fighting organization, Can I have another cup of coffee? Where's my cappuccino? You know? Fighting. They couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, half of them. No. You see, I'm looking around this hall today, and what do I see? I don't see English people, Welsh people, Scots people, French people, black, white, brown, Brazilians. That's a good question. What color's a Brazilian? I never quite worked that one out, you know. All colors, I think, all colors. You know, I don't see Russians, Chinese. I don't see young or old, gay or straight, trans or untrans. What's the opposite of trans? Somebody tell me. Pardon? Sick. I must belong to the sick party then. Never mind, you know what I mean. No, but I am attempting to make a serious point. No, I don't see any of those things at all. You know what I see? I see soldiers in the international army of the proletariat. That's what I see. And of course, we expect communists to act as soldiers. in a disciplined manner. You're fighting for the most important cause on earth. Before us, there are very powerful enemies. And therefore, there's no room for sloppiness. There's no room for indiscipline. There's no room for softness if we're going to win this battle. And therefore, I expect every one of you to act as a soldier. Bear in mind just one idea, and I'll finish my remarks. I've said too much already. It doesn't matter. I want you to pause, before I say anything next, pause for a moment, think about what I'm about to say. If you vote for this organization, you are committing yourself to something great, something far bigger than yourself, something far more important than your petty interest or whatever you might be interested in. Okay? Lenin used to say that every communist, I think I said this the other day, it doesn't matter, every communist ought to be a professional revolutionary. What did he mean by that? He didn't mean that you have to accept money for the organization for your services. Some of us do, you know. Not very much, but we do. Doesn't mean that at all. What he means, to be a communist is not a formal question, not a question of signing a little document and getting a little card in your pocket. You are dedicating your life. Your entire life must be now subordinated to this great cause. And it will not be easy. Don't run away with that idea. I'm not offering you any easy thing. I'm not offering you an easy life. I'm not offering you to be comfortable. I'm offering you a hard life of struggle and sacrifice. That's what I'm offering you. That's the only thing. But at the end of this hard life of struggle and sacrifice, there is a glorious goal ahead of us. You know what that is? It's the lifting of humanity. It's in the face of this old Russian woman that I spoke of. It's on the streets of Paris. It's on the streets of... It's Spartacus. It's all of these glorious things. It's the Paris Commune. And we must rise, all of us, must lift ourselves to that level, to the level that's demanded by history and the stern tasks which are imposed upon us by history. That's the meaning of this conference. That's the meaning of this international. And how are we to succeed? The answer is in your hands. Don't look at the person next to you. I'm speaking to each one of you individually. You must all individually commit yourself firmly to carrying out all the tasks which are needed to build the greatest thing on earth, which is the new international, dedicated to the greatest cause on earth, which is the sacred cause of the emancipation of the working class throughout the world. To this cause, comrades, I invite you to dedicate yourself at this moment in time. Comrades, long live the working class. Long live communism. Long live the Revolutionary Communist International. Get up. Right, that's enough of that. Now comes the real hard bit. I would like you to sing a little song known as the International. But I would like you to sing it properly. Imagine that you're all Welsh. I want you to raise the roof. Yes? Okay, let's go. Arise, you starting from the slumberhouse. Arise, the German rose and fall. For this an inevitable thousand, and the glass is out your crown. Then away with all the superstition, swim and masses arise, arise. We'll change forth at the open place, and spread the dust to win the prize. Then harvest comes running, and the last fight left us friends. The International unites the human race. Then harvest comes running, and the last fight left us friends. The International unites the human race. Avanti popolo, alla riscossa, bandiera rossa, avanti popolo, alla riscossa, bandiera rossa, trionferà. Bandiera rossa, la trionferà, bandiera rossa, la trionferà, bandiera rossa, la trionferà, e viva il comunismo e la libertà! Now you have to get your singing voice in order, ready for this evening, no? Let's have a few decent songs this evening. Not now. This evening. Okay. See you in the party.